stole the shift. Silent Night and Thanksgiving rounding out the top 10. We'll start with a story about Felicity Huffman. She has broken her silence regarding the 2019 college admissions scandal that resulted in her spending 11 days in prison. The Desperate Housewives actor explained why she felt she had to, quote, break the law during an interview on Friday. She said, I felt like I had to give my daughter a chance at a future. She was speaking about Rick Singer, the college admissions consultant, who, according to Variety, created a system of bribery and fraud in order to help wealthy parents get a leg up on their kids' college admission chances. She said after a year, he started to say, your daughter is not going to get into any of the colleges that she wants to.
Wow.
She then agreed to pay Singer to falsify her daughter's SAT scores. She said, I believed him. She said, and so when he slowly started to present the criminal scheme, it seems like, and I know this seems crazy at the time, but that was my only option to give my daughter a future. And I know that hindsight is 20/20, but it felt like I would be a bad mother if I didn't do it, so I did.
And then it was him who flipped, and he turned on them and worked with the government to send them to jail. It's all so stupid. And she has, listen, they had vast, I think that's what most people reacted to. These people they're wealthy, they're stars, they had a lot of pull, you know? Yeah. You mean to tell me you fell for that? That was the only way, that your daughter was going to get in? Whatever. I'm not her, but it seems kind of weird. Yeah. She says she came out prison hard, Preston.
Prison hard, 6 days.
Yeah, she got that spider web on her elbow and a prison tear.
1,000-yard stare.
Oh, my God. You've seen it a million times.
Absolutely. That's kind of what she says. She's like, look, it's what I thought I needed to do. But
it's crazy that, William H. Macy had nothing to do with any of it.
He was like Teflon on this whole thing. Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. TMZ reports that Michael B. Jordan crashed his Ferrari into a parked Kia in Hollywood. This was on Saturday night. No one was injured in the accident.
Take that, Kia.
The LAPD told the outlet that the Black Panther actor did not appear to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol, but police did not perform a field sobriety test on him, so he didn't have to pass it.
There you go.
But,
yeah.
I saw,
my guess is if he showed any signs of, they'd do it.
I saw a picture. I couldn't tell if it was the actual crash or not, but the car looked pretty mangled.
It was mangled. Yeah, it was on the passenger side.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was pretty ripped up. I saw that same picture.
Ow. Okay. Macaulay Culkin and his on-screen mother in Home Alone, Catherine O'Hara, reunited on Friday during Macaulay's Hollywood Walk of Fame ceremony, just in time for the holiday season.
Yeah, it is perfect.
Praising Culkin's acting abilities, the star said, I know you worked really hard. I know you did, but you made acting look like the most natural thing in the world to do. She said, Macaulay, congratulations. You so deserve your star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and thank you for including me, your fake mom, who left you at home alone not once but twice to share in this happy occasion. I'm so proud of you. And according to Entertainment Weekly, the actor teared up during the ceremony and ended his thank you speech, and I love this, by saying, to wrap things up, and in the spirit of the holiday season, I just want to say, Merry Christmas, you filthy animals.
Oh, yes.
I love that he has embraced that. I love that he's revisited the whole, acted in that little segment. The movie, I actually watched the movie all the way through for the first time in 15 years, 20 years. It's a fun movie. But he, as a kid, carries most of that movie.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. I've got to believe that at some point in his adult life that he'll go back to that character, that they'll make some kind of a new version of it where he's the parent. Maybe not the whole Home Alone thing, but you know what I mean?
That would be cool.
Some kind of thing.
They did a pretty nice riff of the Christmas Story.
I agree.
Peter Billingsley. That was kind of a nice.
It was sweet.
Yeah.
So I think they might be able to pull that type of thing off.
I mean, they could do like a parody of it and just basically make it like a 3-minute movie where it's like, oh my God, we left him at home, and then you're like, pop, boop, boop, beep, boop, and with like today's technology, everything's taken care of.
You know what I'd say though is if you're going to do it, you got to do Stallone alone.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Spend whatever effects budget you need.
The Uncle Buck deep fake is just hilarious, where he's Macaulay
Could you imagine a whole movie? It would be so good.
It would be the best. All right, you know what? That's a perfect segue, and I will go right into this. Thousands of people surrounded Sylvester Stallone at the steps made famous in the movie Rocky over the weekend to commemorate the first ever Rocky Day yesterday. It honors the film that not only cemented Stallone's place in Hollywood history, but also put Philadelphia on the silver screen for the whole world to see. December 3rd was the date that Rocky was released to U.S. audiences.
It was terrible weather, yet there were still a whole bunch of people out there. It was good to see that. I mean, as I said before, they should really solidify that, make that a real building, make that museum part of the deal.
Why not?
The consensus seems to be who doesn't like Rocky? Who doesn't associate Rocky with Philadelphia?
By the way, was he at the game last night? I would think it would have been a perfect storm of events. He's in town.
Yeah.
You know?
I didn't see him at the game, but I did see a kid doing the whole Rocky Balboa speech to Sylvester Stallone. I'm going to see if I can find it for you, Preston. It was on Barstool Sports.
Marissa?
Alicia Vitarelli had a little on steps interview with him, and he said he was not going to the game because last time he went to a game, they lost.
Yep.
Oh.
Did you see he was there as
Wait.
In
well?
other words, he couldn't make it.
He was leaving before
He had a flight 5 minutes after the ceremony.
I gotta go visit my daughters.
Yeah.
Did you see who showed up at that as well? Chevy Chase.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
So Chevy Chase was there. I guess they're friends. So he was accompanied by his family members and Chevy. Addressing the crowd, Stallone called those in attendance and the residents of Philadelphia the true heroes.
So Chevy was in town because he was doing an appearance. There's a guy he's got a Christmas vacation house over in New Jersey.
Yeah, it was for a charity thing, right? They did this big. It was awesome.
Yeah.
And he did the Griswold turning on the lights, and they ran Preston a la the Griswold house. The house is lit up that way.
Yeah.
And it was awesome.
That's excellent.
They come in on the weekend, though. One day earlier could have been.
Stallone had said, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, and Rocky's too, because we're very close, to all of you who, believe it or not, are the real life Rockies, because you live your life on your own terms, you try to do the best you can, and you keep punching. You inspire me, believe me, he said. Dozens of people were dressed in their favorite Rocky wardrobes, from his dark navy blue fedora, leather jacket, and fingerless gloves to the all-gray sweatsuits that he wore in the iconic scene at the top of the steps.
I can't thank you enough, you filthy animals.
After finishing his speech to the crowd with Keep Punchin', he cut the ribbon on the newly minted Rocky shopped gift store next to the Rocky statue. So that's part of why they were doing that whole thing, was to open up this event. Yeah, so we're looking.
Has anyone seen the swag in that store? Is it standard stuff?
I have not.
I
don't know.
All right. I just wonder what they're selling in there. But is it mostly jerseys and stuff like that, or
I have no clue.
crock pot?
It's Rocky Crock Pot.
a Rocky crock pot.
So, Nick, looking at the this kid do the speech, we're watching the video of this. Which speech is it? Is it the life?
That ain't you!
That's that one?
From Rocky Balboa.
But he does.
That ain't you!
I don't know, a minute and a half of it, and Sylvester Stallone plays along for a little bit, but the kid does the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
It's really impressive. I texted it to you guys if we want to pull
Does
the
it get to the
audio.
awkward point where you're like, all right, this is
that is really you
good.
keep going. Oh,
That's
I'm saying, yeah. Shut up!
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Will you?
Now I'm going to do Copland.
That is okay. I got to go.
He was really good in Copland.
He's excellent.
He was really showing his dramatic
You're better than that!
chops.
You're pretty good.
During a Q&A at the Red Sea International Film Festival in Saudi Arabia on Saturday, Will Smith spoke about the complexity involved in being a famous person. Following the adversities, he said, of the last couple of years, he said that he has been examining his relationship to fame. He said, fame is a unique monster. I've had to be really careful. You can't get excited when everybody is saying good things about you, because the more you take when people are saying good things about you, the more hurt you're going to be when people are saying bad things about you.
Well, that makes sense.
It does.
You can be seduced by fame.
Yeah.
But I don't know. How is his rebuilding his image tour going?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a good question. But he seems to be, I don't think it's going to overall affect him that bad. to be
No,
honest.
he's good to go.
Yeah. Florence Pugh is the latest famous person to have a random object thrown at her during a public event. According to Entertainment Tonight, the actor was hit in the face by a flying object while posing with her Dune Part 2 co-stars at a Comic-Con event in Brazil on Sunday. Video of the incident has been circulating on social media.
It was a car transmission.
Oh,
No,
wow.
yeah.
Well, that's heavy.
Yeah, those are heavy.
Hard to throw, too. Like, how do you sneak that in?
They figure there's some sort of catapult.
Wow.
Yeah.
So,
Well, sometimes like when it's just so obvious.
Yeah.
You just, you know.
Right. Yeah.
We've seen the video of these people. They walk into a movie theater carrying a ladder. And it's like,
Right.
yeah, well,
what is
makes,
that about?
Yeah.
So this comes after performers such as BB Rexa, Harry Styles, Kelsey Ballerini, and others have had similar experiences during concerts this year. So stop throwing stuff, people. That's not a good idea. So actor Mark Shepard, who portrays Crowley on Supernatural on the CW, revealed on Instagram that he has survived his 6th heart attack.
What?
Yeah.
6 heart attacks, and they're described as massive heart attacks.
Yeah, you see, it showed.
wow.
There's a photo of himself in a hospital bed. He wrote, "You're not going to believe this. Was on my way to an appointment yesterday when I collapsed in my kitchen. 6 massive heart attacks later, and being brought back from the dead 4 times. I apparently had a 100% blockage in my LAD. The Widowmaker," he said. "If not for my wife." And he mentions the hospital, the staff, and everything. I wouldn't be writing this. My chances of survival were virtually nil. I feel great and humbled once more. Home tomorrow," he said.
I mean, he is like the character Chris Farley plays in like the Superfans on Saturday Night Live.
Right, it's
Where
just-
he's like, oh, hang on a second, you're
Yeah,
having a heart attack here.
Coughing up a pork chop.
Yeah.
He played this character, which is a sort of a devilish character that you love to hate on Supernatural. But I mean, six friggin' heart attacks.
Yeah. That's why you got to have your cholesterol levels monitored.
Yeah.
Because you can get that blockage. So, but fortunately, he's doing a lot better. In a recent interview with Elle, America Ferrera commented on how Hollywood considered her curvy body groundbreaking when she starred on Ugly Betty and Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants in the early aughts. She said, "What's so insane is you go back and you look, and I had this very average-sized body." She said, "And so the idea that people were looking at me and saying, 'That's curvy,' is crazy. Not that I care, but it's like, that's insane that we thought that was so groundbreaking." The Barbie actor added that it's so ridiculous that she was considered Hollywood's version of imperfect at the time.
It's wild. If you look at earlier movies and like Marilyn Monroe, today would probably be considered she's not.
Today she'd be considered what?
A little beefy, curvy.
Yeah, but if you look now, I mean, now is a whole different story. There are like plus size models. They focus more. A lot of the ads focus more on them than the stick figures.
Right.
I was watching a movie to compare that to. I was watching a movie that popped up. I was just surfing around, and it was called Drive Me Crazy, and it had Sabrina. What's the actress's name?
Melissa Joan Hart.
The blonde, Melissa Joan Hart, and Grenier.
Adrienne Grenier.
Adrienne Grenier is in it as well. And like the entire cast, all the girls are all super skinny, super hot. And it was at that time of those like, Can't Hardly Wait, all those movies. And that was at that time. Yeah, that's what they were casting. Jennifer Love Hewitt and all those really skinny and big boobs and all that. And then, America Ferrera came along and it kind of broke the mold a little bit. But she looks back and goes, I was just kind of average, which is true. Yeah. All right, I was surprised to see this. Jonathan Taylor Thomas has resurfaced. The home improvement alum, who is now 42, was spotted for the first time in 2 years earlier this week as he stopped at a convenience store near his Southern California home.
Wait, you went out and got snacks or something?
Dude, this is
the story.
They cover this extensively.
All right.
The former 90s heartthrob who rocked a scruffy beard and
We
longer
go now to the Thrifty Mart where Jimmy Lashevsky is just cornered Jonathan Taylor Thomas. What does it look like he has? Well, it looks like he has a Zagnut and a small Coke.
And he had longer hair. He wore a black beanie, glasses, light brown sweater, and jeans for the outing. In the pictures taken earlier this week, the Lion King voice actor walked into a convenience store to refill his metal coffee mug.
Oh, wow.
Once he
I
paid
would
for
like to refill this, please.
Once he paid for his drink, he walked to his car, which was parked right outside.
I
I'm
can't
reading
believe
this
is
verbatim.
happening right now.
The last time JTT was photographed was more than 2 years ago when he was spotted going out
What is he, Bigfoot?
for a walk with his 2 small dogs in Los Angeles. But before that, he hadn't been seen in public for 8 years.
Yeah, long run.
So
Sorry,
that-
I think he's going the private way,
Oh, big time.
which
Yeah.
is fine.
So he opted out of home improvement in 1998 to focus on academics. This is what I didn't know about him, is that he went on to study philosophy and history at Harvard and graduated from Columbia University in 2010, and he also attended St. Andrews University in Scotland.
Wow.
Yeah.
What does he do for a living?
You know what?
He
I
works at
don't,
that Quickie Mart.
I don't know. He has no regrets about stepping away from the spotlight. He had said in a People interview, I don't know when this interview was done, it was a while back, but he said, I never took the fame too seriously. It was a great period in my life, but it doesn't define me. When I look back at that time, I look at it with a wink. I focus on the good moments I had, not that I was on a lot of magazine covers. So he got out and made a decision to, leave that behind.
It's a good story. His TV brother not doing so well.
Yeah. He's had some rage issues big time. Let's see. All right, this was interesting. In a candid revelation, Nick Cannon discussed the considerable financial commitment involved in raising his extensive family. The 43-year-old star, father of 12 children, shared that he annually spends a staggering $200,000 on Disneyland visits alone.
$200,000 on just Disneyland.
Yeah, a year. He detailed the frequency of these trips. Which are often planned to celebrate birthdays and holidays. He said, every birthday and Christmas, I'm literally at Disneyland at least once a month. His relationship with Disney has evolved over the years. He reminisced about a time when hosting the park's annual Christmas morning parade from 2009-2013, and that afforded him certain perks, including complimentary tickets. Back then, he only had 2 children, though. He said, it's no longer free, and I only had 2 kids. The logistics of these Disneyland excursions are not trivial. Besides the entry fees, Cannon mentioned additional expenses such as hiring chaperones and security, hotel accommodations, noting the increased complexity and cost compared to earlier times.
I get the feeling that Disney has become less accommodating to even the celebrities, like gaining access. Like so they're the parent company of ABC. Right, or the vice versa. Well, whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's less of an accommodation than there used to be.
During his interview, Cannon opened up about his perspective on fatherhood, acknowledging the challenges, but emphasizing the joy and fulfillment that it brings him. He expressed a deep sense of responsibility and love for his family, acknowledging the complex dynamics by underscoring the overriding sentiment of love and care.
Shut up. Do you think
and $200,000 in Disneyland?
Do you think you'd like 9 more children, Preston?
Yeah. Let's give it a go. Why not? All right, one last story, and then we'll move over to the clips. Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man will not be returning to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, at least according to Kevin Feige. In an interview with Vanity Fair about the 3rd act of Downey's decades-long career, the president of Marvel Studios addressed the rumors that all the original Avengers would be returning in one form or another in a future MCU phase. And he said, we are going to keep that moment and not touch that moment again, talking about Tony's emotional ending in Avengers Endgame. He said, we all worked very hard for many years to get to that, and we would never want to magically undo it in any way. So Robert Downey Jr. won't be involved.
One thing you say is never say never, though.
Yeah. I wonder if they would expand to his daughter.
His
daughter picking up the Iron Man.
My daughter?
It is possible. Chris Evans, there are strong indications that he might return as Captain America in one form or another. But then again, I love that original collective was so fantastic.
Oh,
they still haven't explained what's going on with Captain America. Like with AARP. They're saying he's dead.
With Steve Rogers. They've explained what's going on with Captain America.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, Captain America is now Sam.
But they're saying he's dead? Is that what you said?
So if you go to Spider-Man, the Spider-Man after Tony Stark dies, the kids have a memorial video that they made in high school, and Captain America, Steve Rogers, was dead in that memorial.
God, I don't remember that. There's so much material.
Yeah, and if you think about it, like, man, they really did kill off a lot of people in those last two Avengers movies.
Yeah. But I mean, in one of the other Marvel, maybe it was one of the TV shows case, they ended up talking about, is he hiding on the moon? And like as a sort of a tongue-in-cheek joke.
Yeah.
But there was actually some substance to think that maybe he was. Steve Rogers is probably around somewhere. But yeah, Sam is Captain America.
Okay. All right, we're ready to roll the clips. Yeah. May December tells a story 20 years after their notorious tabloid romance gripped the nation. A married couple buckles under pressure when an actress arrives to do research for a film about their past. In this clip, actress Natalie Portman talks about what she loved about the script for this movie. Who are we talking about?
What is this?
A married couple buckles under pressure.
There's a movie on Netflix right now with Natalie Portman and Julianne Moore. Julianne Moore plays like a teacher who banged a student back in the day.
Okay.
Now they're together.
All right, here we go.
There's so many brilliant choices, and there's so much unspoken conflict and drama in the scenes that sometimes would reveal itself to me while we were doing it. Like I would think, oh, this is like a tiny little scene, and then we'd start saying it, and I was like, oh, there's all these lines that have almost been erased in here. Like everything's between the lines. It's so well written.
May December is out in theaters now and available to stream on Netflix. Here's the next clip. The Holdovers is a film about a curmudgeon-y instructor at a New England prep school who remains on campus during Christmas break to babysit a handful of students with nowhere to go. In this clip, actor Divine Joy Randolph talks about what she loves about this character that she plays in the film.
For me, the biggest thing was it was a woman who got to be real and authentic and in her feelings unapologetically. And for a woman and a woman of color, we do not see much of that in cinema and television. And to have an opportunity to depict that, I was like, absolutely, sign me up for it.
Yeah! The Holdovers is out in theaters now, by the way.
Really good. She plays the detective in Only Murders in the Building.
Okay.
And great actress, yeah.
Excellent. All right, and there you go. That's your entertainment report for this. Why don't we take a break and come back and see what kind of trouble we can get into as we start our work week together. Stay put. We'll be back in a moment or two. Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah.
I think you should let him off with time served.
Giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent.
I'm finding you innocent.
I object! There's no way that's legal! It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep.
I got to go to sleep now.
That would be...
I would watch it.
Brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and... in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah, everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
except for the people. And even in that case, a lot of, like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah.
With his law career. Law school.
With his,
Passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say? John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV. Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
It's like Sam.
This bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out of
we were going that way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like that?
In 7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
one
it's the one way out where we
what
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the girl who does...
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chappa-ta-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not
Yeah.
scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days.
7 days. 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey.
The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turned his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go.
I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors are Mohammed bin Salman.
Salman and Dagman, I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
It's the come again roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers her with presents, even gifting her with a credit card.
Oh, it's a Discover card. It pays you for every purchase.
A rep denies the claim.
What's in your wallet?
What's in your wallet? But sources insist that Lindsay, who has been based partly in Dubai for a few years, is regularly courted by Middle Eastern dignitaries.
I love dictators.
In Saudi culture of late. And
Kim Jong-un, this is Lindsay.
last year declared her intention to make an all-female film dubbed Frame about Saudi Arabian life.
I want to make an all-female version of Steel Magnolias.
It is an all-female. It's already.
God damn it.
If Lindsay is, in fact, good friends with him, she wouldn't be the first Hollywood star to cavort with dictators, Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman. Hilary Swank and Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yes.
Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin are just a few of the reported Hollywood political odd couples. So Lindsay might be, I don't know, tight with Mohammed bin Salman.
Wow.
And yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. Have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Thanks. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So that's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list. And sex.
Yeah. Kourtney Kardashian is fighting back against critics who claim that she does no work.
Preston, are you saying she's clapping back?
She is clapping back, Steve. Yep. And she got some blowback after posting multiple shots from her family vacations in Italy and Idaho. I know.
What's it going to be, kids? Italy or Idaho?
She's only visiting places that start with I.
Yeah.
And Idaho happened to be on the list. In Italy,
Indiana.
In Italy, the Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids, Mason, Penelope, and Rain. Remember Poosh?
I'm sorry, I just pooshed.
Yeah, that's her. Is that her lifestyle brand?
Yeah.
Poosh?
Trying to be like Goop, I guess.
Yeah.
Poosh. I just pooshed in my pants.
People who brought you queef and drippy fart.
But she partied.
Poosh, and queef. The award-winning triple line from Kourtney Kardashian.
The Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids nominally for her sister Kylie's 22nd birthday.
With the subtle scent of salmon.
Several other family members were there, as was her ex, Scott Disick, with whom she shares her children, and his girlfriend, Sophia Richie. Now, in Idaho, Kourtney and her kids...
We're going to Idaho, kids!
...hung with her sister Kendall.
WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kath. In case you did not know, today is National Cookie Day.
Yes.
Today is National Cookie Day. December 4th, apparently, is that day. It's another one of these national days.
And there's...
What?
There are, I think, probably a number of national cookie days throughout the year. As we go through these lists, we find out that there are multiple days.
There's multiple pancake days.
Right.
Yeah. But this is like
we're being taken for a ride.
Yeah,
this
what's
is
up here?
all kind of cookies, though, right? I mean,
This is a full generic cookie.
Yeah.
So there's like National Chocolate Chip Cookie
Now
Day.
we're
There's
talking.
National Sugar Cookie Day.
Right.
Blah blah blah.
All right,
But
your
this is
favorite
like
cookie?
just cookie in general. I don't know, man. As a kid, you know what I really loved? Sugar cookies. I was just a fanatic for sugar cookies. But I go in and out of phases of my favorite. No, we know your all-time classic is a chocolate chip cookie, the Toll House cookie.
Yes.
To be more specific. But I looked at, there was a series of deals that you can get here and there. The main one that I saw was at Insomnia Cookies. There's like a way to get a free, if you order 12, you can get a free 12 or something like that. But go, if you're a cookie fanatic, go check with your favorite cookie place today.
Check with your doctor.
Yeah, check with your doctor about cookies.
Ask your doctor about cookies.
So, in a poll of 1,000 U.S. adults, 35% said that Oreos are their favorite brand. That was the highest ranking.
Oreos are damn
a
good.
big brand of cookie.
Yeah.
Those are the most popular, from what I understand.
You an Oreo fan?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like when I see them. I'm not like, oh, can't wait. I don't. I'm not
mommy
crazy about jumping in and getting on some Oreos, but I do like them. Sure, absolutely.
And whatever it's supposed to be some sort of cream. It's some sort of chemical in between the cookies. It's delicious.
Yeah. It's a frosting of sorts.
Whatever.
And then 65% say that they prefer chewy cookies.
Yes, that's me.
33% of men and women claim to eat cookies a couple of times a week.
A week?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. How many times a day do you gonna have a cookie?
And
I thought you were saying
men,
a couple times a week was a lot.
men are more likely to eat a cookie more than once a day.
There you go.
Oddly enough, I don't eat cookies a lot. But when I do, around the holidays are when I slide down that sort of leaving Las Vegas spiral with the cookies. And so I have my wife give them to me as a gift on Christmas.
Caroline has been taking to just baking cookies.
Oh, man. How do you put up with that?
I know, right?
Let me ask: has she taken to cleaning up after herself after baking cookies?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my
Thank
God!
you.
Seriously?
It's a god awful mess when you make cookies at home.
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
And no, Casey.
Do they just leave it?
Yes.
My son he made brownies 2 times, like in the last week and a half.
That's funny.
And both times, he just leaves everything.
But here's the deal. You get brownies out of it.
I know.
Yeah,
I get cookies out of it.
Well, you
It's
know
like,
what? Hit him while you're eating the brownies.
Case, does he make them from scratch or a kit?
No, out of a box.
Out of a box?
Yeah,
okay.
I don't think I've ever made
How do you make brownies?
from
It's hard.
scratch.
It's my mom has done it, and then inevitably
She put raisins in
nope, not the brownies.
Okay.
But inevitably, Preston, it's just not worth it. Just go get the
get the box.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
The box is
They
scratch.
pretty much perfected
They
Box is
perfected it.
scratch.
The box is scratch.
My wife makes a Ghirardelli dark chocolate brownies and it's from the box mix, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
You just add eggs and vegetable oil, right?
And magic.
And magic.
Wait, real quick. I feel like I may have asked you guys this before. When making cupcakes, if you put chocolate chips in the cupcakes, do you guys know how to make the chocolate chips stay within the
Stay
cupcake
intact?
and not
And
not just sink to the bottom where everything's at the bottom?
I don't bake enough, Kath. I couldn't tell you.
Okay, because my cousin can do it and he won't give the secret to anybody. So I wasn't sure if there
What
was
kind of prick is that?
Well, it might have to do with the mixing. Sometimes how you mix it. If you're using like an electric mixer, sometimes that changes the way
Yes.
the consistency of
Wait,
it. Or if you just are folding, a lot of times you have to fold stuff in with a spatula.
So remember, I went to the cookie exchange party and went with no cookies because my cookies sucked and they were all flat. And I was like, I'm not showing up with these. And I threw them out. I think that's why. I went out. I bought new flour. I thought maybe my flour was old, whatever it was. I remade them. No, they were all flat. I think it was because I was using a mixer and I wasn't just kind of like
A lot of people
kneading
realize
through it.
what Preston said, that the consistency is really holds sway over it.
All right, here's something Connor pulled up, Kath. To keep chocolate chips from sinking in your baked goods, make sure to lightly coat them in flour for better grip and moisture absorption.
Okay, so I knew it was like something so simple. I feel like
Why don't you
may
just
have
manually
asked,
put them in with tweezers?
I think we may have asked a baker that we had on the show before, and I'm pretty. This sounds familiar now.
Okay.
I am just looking at my Instagram because I save so many
cookies, recipes.
Recipes, yeah.
And then never make them, right?
And they never.
Right,
I
me
mean,
neither.
Kat, this is the first time I've gone into my little saved folder, like ever. I have never done this.
Really, you'll save them and just not go back.
Always had the intention of like a Saturday. Ooh, you know what? Let me go into my save thing and make
One day.
One day.
Oh my
But
God.
the last thing I saved is a 3 ingredient recipe of a cookie. That I think maybe in celebration of National Cookie Day, I will make this. It's just Cool Whip, egg, and like cake mix, and that's it.
Huh?
That looks
I don't
pretty
like
easy.
Cool Whip.
Interesting.
What kind of what is the cookie?
Well, it's whatever you want your cake mix to be. So this particular cake mix was like a strawberry cake of some sort. So you can do it with chocolate cake or yellow cake.
Any kind of cake, Boston cream cake.
Boston cream cake.
I hate cake.
Cake, Cake. Kathy is her name. Kathy. Cake Kathy. We've gotten so many damn texts saying that all you have to do, coat the chips in flour. That's all you have to do, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Done and done.
I will
Look
not
at that.
do that when I'm not baking.
Right, yeah.
And this is your cousin that wouldn't tell you?
Yeah, he made like the perfect cupcakes and they would be floating around in there. And, I knew it was something simple. And he's like, nope, it's my trick.
You know what we should do?
Oh, please.
Should be a show, Not Cooking with Kathy Romano, where you're just sitting on the couch drinking wine, and it just stays on you like a fixed camera.
Ding dong.
Yeah.
And by the way, people who won't share their cooking tips or recipes, that's a dick move.
Knock it off.
Come on.
You know what they are? Hitler.
Yeah. Sieg Heil. You say that right to them. when they're-
Führer.
Yeah.
Enjoy your cookies, Führer.
So 54% of Americans prefer a homemade cookie.
Yeah.
And 7% have never baked their own. So most people have baked their
When
own.
they're homemade out of the box, they're just the best. Yeah, homemade is good.
Yeah, I would agree. So it's National Cookie Day, and you should go out and enjoy that National Cookie Day. Hang on a second here. I think this is already what we know, but hang on. Let me go to Margie. Is it Margie or Margie?
It's Margie.
Hi, Margie. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up?
I was going to tell Kathy how to make the chocolate chips not sink to the bottom. You just mix them with some of the dry ingredients and then add them to the wet ingredients.
Okay, so if you don't want to use flour, you could just mix it. Okay.
Got it.
Makes
Okay.
sense.
I'm going to try
That's
that.
awesome.
Brownie mix, or you're using a cake mix, just take a tablespoon or two out, mix it with the chips, and then put it in afterwards.
Okay, perfect.
So tell them that at the bakery you buy them from.
Yeah, so like, listen, do you guys coat these in flour?
Just following up, I like to do a little quality control.
All right, this says Katie. You got to talk about her toffee cookies.
Oh.
Hi, Katie. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry to bother you all at work.
Now, what's up?
You guys can't talk about cookies without talking about my toffee cookies you guys get.
Did you bring down to the camp out? Yes. Yeah, you bring down 250,000 toffee cookies. They're very good. And I love you and hate you at the same time because they sit there calling to me in the RV. Yeah.
I hear that all the time. And Kathy, I actually had a picture of my clean kitchen, so you knew I had a clean kitchen in order to make my cookies.
When you dropped those off, there was a picture with it?
No, I had it on my phone.
Oh, okay, perfect.
You had to show Kathy a clean kitchen. That's hilarious.
Oh, Katie, now I'll eat them.
Well, they're all gone now.
Thank you, Katie. We love you.
Love you.
All right, we'll see you. This is cookie season.
Oh, my God.
More so than any time of year.
It's so seductive.
Because people bring...
They bring cookies.
Cookies. God, I'll never forget. Yeah, I have a cookie memory. Oh. Cookie memories.
This is Cookie Memories. It's where we peel back the curtain on Preston's earlier years. How we love cookies. Today's story, Preston meets a cookie.
No, I showed up. I came to work at WDRE. And I come walking in, and Rochelle made some cookies, so I have a plate of cookies with a little bit of a plastic wrap over the top. I come walking around the corner and into the sales department, and the entire staff is there. Some people are sitting on the floor.
Oh, man.
Some people are sitting in chairs.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, what's going on? And I'm standing there holding my Christmas cookies. Somebody leans in, and they go, they just sold the radio station. We're all getting fired.
Oh my God. I remember this story. You're ready? You're ready to share cookies at the office?
Hey, guys, I brought in cookies.
Oh,
Did you just keep hanging on to them?
Yeah. I sat down. I'm like, What do I do now? I just found out my career. I've been living in Philadelphia for less than a year.
And you got to
and
you moved.
And I moved here.
Oh my God.
Preston, the only thing to make that better is if you had a red elf hat on.
Totally.
Hey, go!
And it was just like a paper plate. It wasn't anything special. It was just, God, I'll never forget that.
And people you do get on Friday you came in, and Gina's mom had made chocolate chip cookies. And by the time you told me and I walked out, it couldn't have been more than 50 seconds.
Yeah.
They're gone?
Yeah.
No, I saw them, but I've never seen Gina's mom's kitchen. So.
Oh my God.
But Gina's very
I know.
clean.
Brett, you said this was cookie season.
No,
Is there a particular kind of cookie that you only eat around this time of year?
Absolutely. There is one. I'm glad you brought it up because I always forget what. And I will describe this. It's like a ball. It looks like a ball, and it's usually it's a lighter color, like a light tan color, dusted with powdered sugar. And I want to say are they cream cheese cookies or sour cream cookies or pecan snowballs.
Those aren't what you're kind of hitting me with some stuff that sounds familiar, but I don't think it's a pecan ball.
But they look like that. And Casey, around this time of year, for some reason, in those cookie arrays, you'll see those, and I'm like, I love those.
It's gone. Mommy.
Casey, what about the singular peanut butter flavored cookie with the solo Hershey's Kiss on top?
I'm down with that.
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
That's a this time of year kind of cookie.
Yeah, and that's the only. And I love those cookies. Yeah, but I mean that's the only time of year you eat those.
Yeah,
what do they call pizzelles?
You too.
My sister makes a thing called a Buckeye, and that is peanut butter and
those are good,
and graham crackers like crunched up together and then dipped into a chocolate.
Ooh.
Those are, I only have those around this time of year. My mom makes butter cookies. Are you guys down with butter
my
cookies?
mom used to make butter cookies too.
So the tins of the Danish butter cookies, you know?
No, she would make them, not buy them.
Yeah.
Okay,
Still, those are great.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, so
and
I'm
everything
a
in
fan.
everything in your DNA says this is not. I have no home here.
Yeah.
And cut to you finishing up the tin of cookies.
And then the other thing, because now I'm having cookie memories. I'm just
Cookie memories.
Memories of Casey's cookie experiences.
And when I say we, my mom and sister, when they would make their chocolate chip cookies and put them in the tin, they would always put them in with some bread.
Oh my God, we grew up in the same house.
To feed the mice.
Not to feed
No, to
them.
keep the moisture.
Yes. Okay. All right.
So they wouldn't harden.
In the tin?
In the tin.
Yeah.
Look, Kathy, how do you know all these old world cooking things?
My mom. Listen, my mom, it's where I get my cooking ability from, but she at least tried.
Okay.
And remember, don't do anal.
Well, that too, of course. I was always told that.
Eric, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, those little tan balls that have powdered sugar on them?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're called Pfeffernuss cookies.
Pfeffernuss cookies.
Are you sure they're not ricotta cookies?
No, that's what Ginny's makes.
Okay. Dude, those are so good. Thank you, Eric, by the way.
He
Yes.
just said that's it.
Hey, Steve just had a cookie memory.
Ricotta cookies.
Steve had a cookie.
Steve's ricotta cookie memory.
I drove to New Jersey last year.
Oh, they were so good.
I went to, not Gina's, Ginny's.
Yeah.
Is in the Deptford Mall. There was a client of the radio station, and I love them so much that I went over there last year to get them, not only for myself, but for gifts for other people.
What was the client? What was the client?
That's Ginny's.
Okay. Sensational.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come back on and advertise.
Send them
Yeah.
Right
Come
now.
back on, advertise, and we have to have. Those were delicious.
By the
Those
way, how do
ricotta
you,
cookies?
Kathy, how do you say ricotta?
I say ricotta.
You do?
Yeah.
You don't say
Ricotta. I just
cookies?
picked some up in Barcelona.
Barcelona.
Yeah. In Chihuahua.
Yes, I've forgotten about ricotta cookies.
Oh, my
and how
God,
yummy they are. Yeah.
I tried to make them. Didn't work.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hey, how'd the dough taste?
Horrible?
Really?
Yeah, probably.
You gave up?
Do you know what?
I think
Casey?
I ate them all, but
The Oreo balls.
Oh, those were good.
Yeah.
They were coated in chocolate too,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Somebody made them for us.
There's
Who
a guy,
was that?
the same the
Red Lobster.
Red Lobster.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yes.
So you take Oreos and then you process them up. So
Yeah.
you throw them in a food processor and
All up.
That's
then
Douglas
crunch 'em up.
Ballard.
And then there's something that you mix in there to bind that stuff
Yes.
together, and then
Imodium.
you dip, not Imodium, and then you dip that in dark chocolate and coat it and let that cool, and that's wow.
I did make
Right?
them. I did make them a few times. The recipe is fairly easy, but there is something I think you mix in there with it. You're right, Preston.
Yeah, there's something to bind it.
What cookie can you run the sleeve of?
Oh wow.
Thin Mints easily.
Mints.
Yeah.
Run the sleeve.
Run
Dude, that is
the
a
sleeve.
great that is a great album title.
Run the sleeve.
Run the sleeve.
I'm
Preston,
writing that down
you with
right
your
now.
shirt open on the cover. Run the sleeve.
The Girl Scout cookies, the peanut butter flavored ones, I can run the sleeve on those.
Okay, Girl Scout mint.
What else?
I can do Fig Newtons.
Nah, I'm not that deep into. I like them, but I can't go that deep. You know what I do like too? Are Lorna Doones.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're just a shortbread cookie.
Yeah.
A little bit of tea.
Yeah, a little bit of tea.
I
Would you like some tea?
I'm right with you.
Yeah, that's why my mom likes the Chessman.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
And you can actually play chess with those.
Those are good.
Can you?
Uh-huh.
That's right. They have actual chess pieces on them.
Yeah.
Marissa brought in information about the Oreo cookies. We were talking about those. Those are called Oreo truffles.
Yeah.
And they're made with cream cheese.
Yeah, and there's a guy named Doug Ballard that made them for us, and I just emailed Doug because Doug, you need to send them.
Yeah.
He discovered the Titanic
He
record.
did. Yes.
Yeah.
That's Bob Ballard.
Oh, Bob Ballard.
Oh.
His name. Oh.
It's not Ballard biscuits, is
This
it?
guy makes Oreo balls.
All right.
What does your brother do? He makes Oreo balls.
ARDS spells Ballard.
That's his jingle.
We spelled it because you're a moron.
All right, so on the opposite end of what Casey had asked, and we're talking about this because it's National Cookie Day today, by the way, if you're just tuning in. If you come upon the Christmas cookie array, which one do you last choice? Or you get there and they're the only ones left over and you're like, oh, man.
Are they homemade or are they the pre-bought? Like
whatever.
I don't
When
like
you
anything that has a licorice taste to it.
But when you see that, the variety are out there, some of them have, like the red sugar crystals on them. Some have the green ones. And,
Yeah.
is there any cookie that you're like, oh, man?
Well, if you have a plate of cookies and you put oatmeal raisin next to my chocolate chip, I'm going to get mad at you.
Okay.
Because I don't dislike oatmeal raisin.
It's a bait and switch.
It's the juxtaposition of the two.
They look too similar?
Yes. Oh,
And
yeah.
you grab one by accident?
Yeah.
And then you grab that and you're expecting a
Oh,
chocolate
man.
chip. Yeah.
What the hell's in my mouth?
I like oatmeal cookies a lot, but I think those would probably be last in line.
Yes.
Oh, I agree. Freshly made,
They're really
well-made chocolate chip cookies are terrific. When you confuse a raisin for a chocolate chip, though,
Right.
or vice versa, and you're expecting a chocolate chip cookie, there's only one place I want my raisins in the mother's.
I will. So crumble cookies is, I think, it's expensive, but I will go there if they have oatmeal cookies on the menu, and they change their menu every single week. It is their oatmeal cookie,
the best.
It is a top 3 cookie of all time.
I'm down. I want to try.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a bold statement.
And there are no raisins in it either, and they'll have this like a frosting that goes on top of it. And as a matter of fact, right now they have this this lemon cookie that I'm going to try because it looks very similar to what their oatmeal cookie looks like. But yeah, it is damn good.
Do you remember there was a while where we were promised? Where is the Nabisco factory even around anymore?
No, it's where
in
Top
Mexico
Golf,
now.
yeah.
So there was a point where they were going to bring over freshly made Oreo.
Oh,
which I thought would be kind of cool.
I just had a goofy thing pop in my head. Tear down Nabisco, put up a top golf.
Okay.
They tore down the Nabisco and they put up a top golf.
La 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 la.
What do you guys think about biscotti?
Okay, glad you brought that up.
It's time we talk.
Yeah,
it's time we get real.
It's a biscotti intervention.
It's a bit of a bait and switch. Isn't it?
Well, no, it's a bit of a it's a crap shoot because you don't know what you're going to get until you bite into that biscotti. And sometimes.
Are you talking about the cookie or? Okay.
The biscotti, yeah.
Yeah, biscotti.
Yeah.
The odd shape.
Some call it a biscuit. I call
then-
it a cookie.
Well, because there's biscotti and then there's the biscotti cookie. So I wasn't
I'm
sure
talking
if
about that long, irregular shaped thing.
Yeah,
that
it's
you're
sold
supposed to
usually
dip.
sold at a coffee.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there are times that they are. You may as well be eating a file. Like I mean, like you're.
But aren't they meant to be dipped
They
in your
are.
coffee?
They are. Yes,
That's
I
it.
believe so.
So biscotti with a coffee and or a cappuccino. Excellent.
But what are your thoughts
I'd
about
use the word lovely.
Yes, a lovely little riposte.
What are your thoughts on the biscotti brand cookie? Not the biscotti.
That's a whole other deal. Those are really good.
Yeah,
I like that.
we are talking about cookies. Is biscotti the regular biscotti a cookie? What is that?
It is. I think it's its own thing, but it's a form of cookie. I think. But anyhow, sometimes I bite into them, Nick, and they'll have actually almost like Steven, you would hate it. Flavor to it.
I do not like the licorice flavor.
I think it's anise, right? A-N-I-S.
Yeah.
That's where the poop comes out.
That's anus. Oh. Walked into that one.
See, I took a flight yesterday, and I
my
think
anus hurt.
No, and I think the biscotti brand cookie or what, which are those little cinnamon tasting things. I love those.
Yeah,
love those.
I'm not calling it the right thing.
Are you thinking of John Gotti?
No, it's like biscochetti.
No.
Oh man, I'm trying.
Biscoff.
Biscoff. That's it.
That's it.
You got me pissed off.
Like I'm tempted to ask the people next to me when I'm sitting on a plane.
You eat
gonna eat
those?
those?
God. Oh,
I saw a guy that didn't eat them on my flight out there, and I'm like, "You son of it! You didn't even offer those to me."
Yeah.
They just gave them right back to the flight attendant. I was a little unhappy. I was a little hurt.
You can eat that meal? Yeah, I'm gonna eat my meal.
Hang on a second. I want to go to Ronnie. Hi, Ronnie. Good morning. Just like Ronnie say. What's up, Ronnie?
Well, I'm just enjoying this conversation that you're having about the cookies, and I'm a big cookie baker at Christmas time, but I'm so enjoying your show.
Oh,
thank you. Is there any cookie in particular, Ronnie, that you consider your pièce de résistance? She killed herself.
I think.
First of all, I'm not going to answer your question.
That's the last thing she wanted to do was compliment us before she took her own life. Ronnie, we can't hear you. Sorry.
But we love you.
Hang on. We'll go to Doug. Is this the Doug that makes the cookies? I don't know. Doug.
Yes.
Hang on a second. What's up, Doug?
You guys apparently act like a bat signal. I received about 5 text messages. Got me on the phone.
All right. Yeah, so the Oreo truffles, that's what we were talking about.
Yes, I haven't made those for you in a number of years now, I think.
No.
But time's are wasted.
When's the last time you made them at all?
Actually, I think it was the last time I brought them to you.
No kidding.
Yeah, I haven't. It's just not been one of those things. I make all kinds of other stuff, and I love cooking and baking and doing this stuff, and I haven't made them in a while. And I think actually the last time I made them was when I came in and brought them to the studio that one time.
Well, Doug, we are thrilled with your generous offer to make specialized tins for each of us, filled with those. No. But the recipe. Did we ever get the recipe? It's pretty simple.
Give us a ballpark of how you make those things.
It's just you use a little bit of cream cheese. But you basically mash up a good number of the Oreo cookies in a blender, and then you add a little bit of cream cheese to it. And then I like dark chocolate on the outside.
Yeah, man.
So I usually use dark chocolate to coat them with, and then you put them in the fridge.
All right, so after you combine the cream cheese in with the crushed up Oreos, you form them into ball shapes, and then you do you dip them or drizzle them with chocolate?
I usually dip them.
Dip them in there. Do you dip your balls?
Yeah.
And then you put them in the fridge and easy peasy.
Yes. The one thing I usually do also that's not in the recipe is I save some of the Oreo cookie crumble and I put it on top of the truffle as well.
Yeah, that's a nice. I'll take a crack at those if you guys want.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, it seems fairly easy, right? Did you mention using a blender though as well, Doug?
Yeah.
Yeah, food processor, blender, whatever.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so you process the cookies at first. So I just have to ballpark the numbers because,
Should we have a cookie exchange, guys? We all make a cookie and bring it in.
We all buy a cookie.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it, brother.
Take care.
We'll see you next week when you bring the cookies by.
See you next week.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing you again.
next week.
It's been far too long.
Yeah.
Let us know what day works
We
best.
love those decorative tins you're going to pick up and bring them in.
Well, it's National Cookie Day, so if you are so inclined, there are some specials. I think like Subway has like a foot-long cookie with a foot-long sandwich or something, some kind of special deal today or something like that. I don't
That's
know.
pretty interesting.
Hang on, Marissa's jumping on here.
I was just reading this the other day. They are rolling out a foot-long cookie, but not for a few more weeks. But a few test cities are getting it.
Oh, okay.
Philly's not one of them.
What do you need to test? What is it, like Oppenheimer?
Yeah.
But it's they're doing like a foot-long cookie and also like a foot-long garlic stick and something else.
You know, there was an article that kind of was relaying to what we've said many times before, Preston, when they say, oh, we made the world's largest pizza, and really what it is, it's a bunch of pizzas next to each other. No. What this article focused in on was the actual large versions of the food.
Okay.
When they pull off something like a massive pizza, because you need a
giant oven.
You need to bake it intact.
Yeah, which is impossible at some point. So, all right. Well, anyhow, enjoy National Cookie Day, and hopefully we got your cookie juices started with our cookie memory.
Cookie memory.
And hold on. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second, share some stories from the Bizarre File when we return. Stay with us. One social media user commented, Courtney, this is why people say you don't work, girl. And she replied, so she clapped back. We all have our priorities, so I'll be making memories with my kids and amazing people while living my life to the absolute fullest. And then a fight broke out between commenters who praised her for prioritizing her kids over at work and others who said, as working moms, they were dedicated to family too. And so Courtney clapped back again.
So she clapped back at the mothers?
She says, who says I'm not a working mom? Because I most definitely am. Working moms can be dedicated, of course. As women, we should be supporting each other for what allows us to be our best, not being so critical and judgmental of each other. We all do things our own way.
Did they counterattack with the clap salvo?
I don't think so. There was not. Underlying her point, she wrote, a travel diary coming soon.
Can't wait.
On Poosh. Poosh. And I guess there must be an Instagram account because it says at Poosh. Poosh. Yeah, at Splooge. Splooge. We need to start our own lifestyle brand called
Jake Jill.
Splooge. All right, so anyhow.
Well, that's her fight song.
Yeah, I guess so.
This is my fight song. Take back my
Live it,
to be honest, though, following her on Instagram, well, I don't follow her on Instagram, but I follow her through all the pages of TMZ and all that stuff as I put together stuff for the Hollywood Trash. And to be honest, I've never seen her do anything but vacation.
I know.
Yeah,
never.
That's what her job is.
That is her job.
Yep. Well, she's working hard then.
Well, just consult Poosh if you want to find out what she's up to.
Let's talk about the happiest place on earth.
It's magical.
Disney. This is Disneyland, by the way, in Anaheim. And there's a viral video, yes, that is making the rounds of a couple of families beating the ever-loving piss out of each other for about 4 minutes before they finally go their separate ways.
That's a long fight.
It is a long fight.
Is someone in a wheelchair?
It's in Toontown, by the way. There was somebody on a mobility scooter.
Okay, all right.
Kathy, but the fight happens. They start to split up. Then it sparks back up again. Then they kind of split up. Then it keeps going on and on.
I mean, and it's like the Andy Kaufman used to do the intergender wrestling.
Yeah.
They're brawling. Doesn't matter. The dude's beating on the woman.
Oh my God! Wait, so that's okay. I'm just seeing this for the first time. The guy
fists are flying.
punches the woman.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a couple of women beating up. It's just a mess.
Where's security?
Not that it's an excuse, but it kicks off. They're having words, and the woman just spits right in this guy's face, and then he slugs her. But I can't figure out who's on whose side.
No, neither can I.
It's like I'm like, oh, He's hitting her now? I thought she was with him. And it's just, who the hell knows what's going on?
And then the woman in the mobility scooter gets up as if she
can walk.
Yeah.
It's a
miracle. This stupid fight between these imbeciles has caused a miracle.
You know what? And there's a moment in this video where the whoever is filming this video, by the way, is laughing the whole time. She's not with them because obviously she would be getting in the middle of this.
And she's up close.
There's an older woman who gets knocked down to the ground on her back, and you hear the woman filming just laughing her ass off. And I'm like, this is, and you can hear children crying in the background.
Oh my God.
There's a little kid walking around, and it's obviously I will freely admit, I chuckled a few times, but the really tragic part of this here is this little kid is watching these adults do this and walking around with his hands up like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Even a kid can't figure it out.
And he taps, I guess, who is his mother, like, hello, I'm here. Obviously he needs attention. He's upset too.
And all the while in the background, you have the delightfully colored Toontown.
Oh, my God.
Happy place.
Listen, I understand that things can go awry anywhere, and somebody can have a bad day, and something can trigger. But if you can have the presence of mind to be aware of where you are, right then and there, you're in Disneyland, the happiest place on earth. Come on, look around you, see where you are. Shut up. But some people are just. Some people are just a-holes.
It just kills me in this one because there was another one, Preston. I forget. It was at like a kid's park. It was like an amusement park. It very well may have been Disney World. And this one's great because the woman in the mobility scooter in that one, Kathy, she doesn't get up, but she starts using her mobility scooter to join the fight.
Oh,
She's
wow.
backing up and ramming the brawling people.
So apparently this one, they're all in the same family. They're all related.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
So this is an ongoing investigation. No arrests have been made, but there was infighting that had begun outside of the park, and the fight just continued inside the park. No arrests. They all knew each other.
Ridiculous.
Well, not yet anyway, Case. They said the investigation's ongoing. But
after they viewed the video, now they're looking at potentially.
Because then that guy goes on.
Everything. I saw it all. It was a mess.
But then the guy goes on to slap another woman and take her to the ground.
Kathy, he doesn't just slap her. I mean, and this is horrifying, but he gives her a haymaker.
Just some unwritten rules, right? Like
protocol.
Yeah, protocol.
You don't fire on someone else's bitch.
No, you don't.
Not in Toontown.
Not in Toontown, man. You take that to Epcot.
I think, Casey, of your story at the 4th of July parade all the time.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
And the bending down and addressing them as a father to kids who needed to be addressed by their father. But like you get in that mentality sometimes, and this is a place where that can happen.
You can have an Independence Day from life.
Oh, I totally understand.
I'm gonna make you independent of your life.
But on the outside, to everybody else.
Hey, what a good dad.
Oh, you poor thing. You're so upset. You better stop crying right now.
Don't cry. Don't even let him know you're in pain.
A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a normal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently...
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat,
He's there in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. So I was surprised the other day when my daughter came to me and described a very specific detail of what I'm assuming. I don't know if it's a social class or if it's just a fashion or what.
Huh.
But I was like, okay, this is all new to me, and I've forgotten what the full description is. So if anybody wants to call in, if you're familiar with this term, but Visco girls.
Visco girls.
Yeah. And that's spelled VSCO.
Yeah.
Visco, you've heard of this, Nick?
I have. I hadn't heard of it until Friday. And so I learned about it just as recently as you did, Preston. Visco,
From Ben?
No, from BuzzFeed, of all places.
Okay.
I read an article about it. I saw Visco online somewhere, right, as about a post. I didn't know what those letters meant, VSCO.
Yeah, I still don't know.
It's an app, and it stands for Visual Supply Company, right? And, the reason that I know that it's an app is that my girlfriend does some photography on the side, and she's used this app to process photos. What girls now are doing, Preston, is they're taking this app and they are applying it to their social media posts, and now it's also become its own social media thing.
Nick, look at this top text. Do you know what that means? Okay, so it just says SK. Apparently, they go around going.
Wait,
like that.
okay,
okay.
so
There's a Visco.
So what is it?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. Our phone lines are lighting up, so we'll find out in a minute.
Really, it's
right. That's what it is.
As far as social status goes, it's a new thing for this school year. It's brand new. But
How is it social status though?
because it's a look. So basically,
it's a look.
If you are a Visco girl, you are you kind of look like you came from the beach. You wear scrunchies around your wrist.
Scrunchies are a big thing. Yeah,
You carry
on your wrist.
You carry around a hydro flask. And you have a natural look, Kathy. So you don't go heavily made up.
So like Renee Zellweger.
So it's not like a filter that
It is. Yeah. So the Visco app is a filter that you can apply, but it's a lighter filter. So sometimes Instagram models will go very heavy on their filters, right?
Right.
And so you look incredibly made up, and you will take an Instagram app and you'll use that app to change your look essentially on your social media post.
It happens all the time.
Visco girls, Steve, don't do that. They go the opposite route. They go very natural,
completely raw,
very light makeup,
unfiltered.
Yeah, and there are two essential settings on the Visco app that you use for your look. And now it's translated from app to real life.
Okay.
Wow, man, Preston. So when in school we had Crisco girls, we had a lot of fried chicken.
Yeah. Sure.
Crisco girl.
They would bring fried chicken to school.
Yeah, those are Crisco girls.
Crisco girls.
Yeah.
My
Florence Henderson was a Crisco. Westonality.
And Steve, there we go.
That's Crisco girl.
It's them eating the skin off of the chicken. So Caroline, my daughter, was wearing a shirt and it was too long. She's like, I'm tucking this in because I don't want to look like a Visco girl. Not that meaning that she doesn't want to be one, but it looks like you're not wearing pants.
Not wearing pants. Okay,
yeah,
I've seen
you're
this.
not wearing shorts.
I've seen this. I've seen the looking like you're not wearing shorts.
Where did that look? That look has been around before.
No, but I've recently seen it pick up, and I'm like, look at these kids. Like their shorts are so short that they look like they're not wearing any.
My dad was a Visco girl before anyone knew. He just wore a long coat and shorts.
Yeah.
You also might have known them as flashers.
Yeah.
Hey, so is your daughter into it? Or is she Visco? What do you say? Help me out here, guys.
She's a Delco girl.
She's a Delco girl, Kath. You know what? I don't know.
She
I don't
Visco?
know. I don't know how new this scene is, but here's the deal. My kids go to Catholic schools, so they all wear the same thing at school. And then we just got done in the summer, and we were down the beach all the time.
I saw a text that the is supposed to be camera sound.
Oh my God! I love it. I want to be a Visco boy.
I always wore big clothes. There was a period of time where we looked like we were 900 pounds only because we wore oversized
baggy
clothes.
stuff. Baggy stuff.
Who decided all this stuff? All these various things together make this. You know what I mean?
A Visco girl.
Yeah.
I think it's just a style. I keep relating it to the hippie. It's just
It
the
is,
hippie
but
like
somebody
the,
had to put these pieces together. They don't necessarily, automatically go together.
The thing, Preston, that you're reacting to, and I think I agree, is because things like this would happen over the course of a little while. In school, going to school, you start to see people adopting something, and there'd be a move. Or there'd be something that they would, or a musician or somebody they're responding to. But this seems to, for a lot of the people are saying from 0 to 60.
I know.
Because of social media.
It's like the, now this isn't a fashion thing, but it was an accessory people had. You remember the fidget spinners?
Oh, yeah.
Like that took off in 10 minutes.
Boom.
And everybody had them, and then they were gone.
Look at this. Visco Girl Starter Pack.
You can buy this
$150
for $150.
Should we get it, guys?
It says Giant Visco Starter Pack.
Preston, we need to be Crisco boys.
Scrunchies, Crocs.
I like those tie-dye Crocs.
What else? There's the shorts, and oversized shirt. What do you see?
No, Kathy liking the Crocs now.
I like the tie-dye
Just
Crocs.
like 10 minutes ago, she's like, not for adults.
Oh, well, no, I wouldn't buy them and wear them.
But Steve, it's funny because you were talking about how these things, how they can happen so quickly. When people are getting back to school this week and they come home demanding the scrunchies, that means that like this thing is taken off and they want to be like all the other people who are in the group.
That's funny.
Some people are texting in, and I've gotten some emails that there is a phrase that goes along, not just the SK one, I oop.
I oop.
I don't know what that means.
There's another one, Nick.
No, that's mine. You can't have that.
I oop.
But I oop is a
Can
thing.
we make that part of the Crisco boys?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's allowed. But
All right, how's I oop spelled?
I oop is I, the letter I, and then OOP.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Again, it says I oop. Here, there's I oop can be used as a reaction to express sudden surprise or shock over an unexpected situation. That's like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
For example, you can say it if someone calls someone else out on social media in a mic drop moment, as in, I oop. Okay.
Because it says here, honestly, who says mic drop anymore? That's old now.
That's so old.
Nick, you know that I love you, but I do find it a little creepy that you know the most about this.
Well,
anyone on the show.
Research. Yeah, no, I stalk 12-year-olds.
WMMR.
I know it's a few months away, but I just want to remind you that there was a save the date for the Cardboard Classic this year, and it's Friday, March 1st, and we are headed back to Montage Mountain, year number 2. For this location, and a bonus besides all of the stuff that happens on Cardboard Classic morning, there's a concert that night, and it is their Mountain Fest. Collective Soul is going to be playing.
It's so great.
We're very excited about that. And OAR and the 502s are playing on Saturday, so this, it's a whole weekend that you can set up, and it's a whole other ball game out that way as opposed to where we've done it for many years. There's so much more as far as amenities go.
Oh, absolutely. I friggin' loved it. I mean, there's a full town. Listen, we had a great time leading up to it, but Montage is a whole other game.
Yep, absolutely. So WMMR.com/Cardboard Classic for sled and, picks, party picks and all that stuff from years past if you want to get an idea of what it's all about. And keep in mind, it's only 20 minutes further drive-wise out to Montage. It's just a little bit farther, but not that bad at all. All right, just wanted to pass that along. Now we can do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Pro-Team Collision, your certified collision repair center. And if you get into an accident, Pro-Team Collision is there for all of your auto body repair needs. They usually build a sled, don't they?
Yes.
The Pro Collision guys do? Yeah, Cardboard Classic. All right, so we're going to start with this. An Orlando man was arrested after he drove a van full of prisoners, inmates, off course and refused to stop while traveling to North Carolina. It's interesting what happened. So on Tuesday, deputies received a call to be on the lookout for an inmate transport van. The caller was the owner of the inmate transport company and reported the driver was off course and refusing to return the van.
The prisoners have been kidnapped.
It's essentially, this guy ended up being charged with that.
Right.
So the driver, Joshua James Pinkett, had 4 inmates in the locked cargo area of the van, and another employee was traveling in the van with Pinkett, who was texting the transport owner. Pinkett told the owner that he was quitting his job in the middle of the trip and refused to stop at the intended destination for the prisoners.
Man.
Deputies ended up stopping the van. Pinkett was supposed to stop at a location with the inmates, but he refused to go there, so they grabbed him, and he was charged with 5 counts of felony second-degree kidnapping and felony larceny by an employee.
In a way, aren't we all Pinkett on the inside?
We are all Pinkett on the inside. All right, the family of a North Carolina teenager is suing American Airlines, saying that a flight attendant taped an iPhone to an airplane toilet to record her using the bathroom during a September flight. Lawyers for the 14-year-old and her parents say that American knew or should have known the flight attendant was a danger.
Oh, yeah.
They say that the failure of other crew members to confiscate the employee's phone allowed him to destroy evidence. Wow. American said the flight attendant was withheld from service immediately after the alleged incident and has not worked since. The girl said that while she was waiting to use the bathroom in the economy section where her family was sitting, the flight attendant told her to use the one in first class. He had entered the bathroom first, saying he needed to wash his hands, and then he emerged a minute later to tell the girl that the seat was broken and not to worry about it. The girl said after she used the bathroom, she noticed an iPhone that was mostly hidden by red airline tape reading removed from service, but the camera flash was glowing.
Could you imagine?
She was shocked and scared, according to the lawsuit. It immediately occurred to her that someone had put the phone in to film her using the toilet. She took her own picture of the device as well. Lawyers for the family suggested the flight attendant remove the phone and erase images of the girl before letting her father see his iPhone. The family said an FBI agent later told the girl's mother that they did not arrest the man because they couldn't find any incriminating images on his phone. So the 14-year-old girl is undergoing therapy for trauma, they said, so yeah, that's horrible. A massive marijuana grow operation was found inside a Tennessee church after a weeks-long investigation. The investigation was launched a few weeks ago.
Who had all the Eucharist?
When neighbors of the church complained about a smell coming from the church. It was originally built as a Methodist church, but was bought and turned into a new place of worship. The sheriff's office launched its investigation and conducted interviews of people who were seen coming and going from the church. They claimed that hemp was being grown there. After conducting interviews, they looked into the property's electric bill. The bill came out to be about $3,000 a month, along with a high water bill. The investigation took longer than expected due to the possibility of booby traps being laid for law enforcement. Upon executing the search warrant, deputies found that about 2,000 plants, both dried and live, were in the church.
That's crazy.
One person's in custody, but more arrests are expected to be made soon.
So on Palm Sunday case, what did you think? What are the palms made of?
Yeah. All right, a Kentucky resident is furious after his inflatable Santa decoration was downed in an apparent drive-by shooting.
No!
And it wasn't an accidental one, like they were shooting Santa on purpose. Donald Nelson had just finished putting up his Christmas decorations outside his family home in Lexington days earlier, including a brand new $200 giant inflatable Father Christmas for the front yard.
Call my wife. Her name is Annabelle.
Yet the family's holiday cheer was suddenly deflated when they found the inflatable flat on the ground one evening with a large hole in it. He and his wife had been sitting on the couch around 8:15 when they heard a small bang outside. When they went out to investigate, he found that his new Santa was lying on the ground. At first, he thought nothing of it, and he looked at his home security camera and saw what appeared to be the moment the inflatable was shot by someone.
Unbelievable.
In a car. The camera footage shows the car turning around while the sound of a firearm rings out. Seconds later, the Santa falls back and starts to deflate. On closer inspection, the inflatable was found to have an 18-inch hole in it from the gunshot.
Wow.
Luckily, Mr. Nelson said that some friendly neighbors will sew up Santa again so he can return to his position in the front yard. But he said he fears that the apparent shooting could happen again. If it does, he hopes his neighbors can catch the license plate of the vehicle to track down the culprits. They throw a vest on him.
Yeah.
All right, and then we will end with this one. A serial shrubbery thief who has been targeting a renowned Orange County nursery has finally been arrested. The suspect was identified as Michael Meek, an Irvine resident. Over the last several months, surveillance cameras at the beloved Newport Beach nursery, Rogers Garden, captured a thief sneaking into the botanical haven at night and making off with thousands of dollars of merchandise, including the shrubberies.
You took my shrubbery.
The suspect brazenly took prized bushes, carefully snatched exotic plants, and even made off with an entire bench, leaving the business in disarray.
Is there now a competing arboretum in the area?
Detectives worked the case and learned that the unidentified Irvine man had a passion for garden decor.
Wow.
Decorating his backyard with nicked greenery from the nursery, including trees, plants, and pots.
By the way, that stuff can be very expensive.
Yes, it can.
You buy a full plant?
Yes. In all, investigators recovered an estimated $8,000, not $80,000, $8,000 worth of property belonging to Rogers Gardens. The man is facing charges of grand theft. No word on the Knights of Knee in this particular story. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take a quick break and come back in a moment and chat with you for a few on this Monday. So hang out with us, all right?
Yeah, do you want to hear it?
Interesting. Oh, yeah.
Jasmine
Thanks.
Masters, I think.
All right.
I crashed in my back seat for a couple of hours, and
All right, okay.
And that's funny.
And,
Okay.
And hence the beginning of a new phrase.
Wow,
Bizarre.
Sitting on your balls created a thing.
Where some things come from
And yet
how they take off.
We can't get to take off.
Nobody can pronounce it.
And it's very hard.
That's the only thing.
I hope it's much easier. All
Although I got a text from somebody who says I'm 27 and I just found out I'm a Visco girl.
it's like going and looking at your X-rays.
Yeah.
I have some bad news. You're a Visco girl.
What would be some positive workplace habits? It doesn't give any examples here at all. So I'm wondering what we could do. Maybe some yoga or something like that.
Well, let's assess.
Maybe like clean up your area.
Are you talking to me?
No, I was just saying that's like a positive workplace.
I just knew.
all my stuff in there. It's a mess.
This morning,
looking at you.
Kathy goes to me. She goes, "Oh, your area looks really nice, Steve." And Preston goes, "Oh, what about mine?"
Mine's just an absolute. It looks like an atom bomb went
It
off.
actually looks worse than the old office.
I haven't done anything. I just dragged all my crap in here.
Listen, I was
and
not
set
talking to you.
And
I was just saying in
Steve,
general.
your area looks very nice.
That's pretty mean.
Steve came in over the weekend and worked on his.
I did. Whereas Preston just poured it his
I
over.
just brought my
Didn't have
stuff over
chance.
and left it. I'm going to work on it today.
I was just complimenting Steve because the shelving in the new office was made specifically for his guys. Like,
Yes, my Batman.
It looks so nice. I wasn't saying it.
Kathy did it in the way where you're talking to one person, but your mouth is actually towards someone else who you want to make sure they hear that particular statement.
Your part of the office looks much better. The cleanly, orderly way you've approached your workspace is impressive.
I swear, I was not saying it because yours was messy.
It did feel good to purge, like
Oh my God, I
getting
love
rid of
it.
a lot of stuff. And I found files from like 2008, 2009 when we moved into that office.
I found that puppy I never gave Marissa.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Listen, to make me realize how long we've been in that office, I've had some stuff hanging in my area on the wall space there, notes that my sons wrote to me.
Oh, yeah.
In little kid
That's
handwriting
cute.
of Daddy, I love you. I hope you have a nice day. I mean, that's how long we've been in that room. We've been in that room for 15 years.
And it does mean a lot because we started when we came here. First off, so that was not initially our first.
I guess
office
it hasn't been 15 years.
Yeah.
It's been at least a dozen years.
Right,
though, but
because we're in it was Kathy, you, and I were in that small office that used to be a closet. Yeah.
So here's another thing that you can do to help get past the post-holiday vacation back to work blues. Don't dwell.
Okay.
Don't dwell.
Yeah. Don't feel sorry.
Lou, I couldn't help but noticing that you're dwelling. Isn't that obvious?
Doesn't dwell mean to just live, just to, just to
sort of
stay in one
ruminate,
place?
yeah.
Hanging out.
Don't dwell. Don't feel sorry for yourself, it says. Start some new office habits. This is how to beat the post-holiday.
Should you clean your office area?
The post-holiday vacation back to work blues. Clean your damn office. All right, how about this one? This is just this. Here you go. This is all it says you need to do. Reflect.
Well, wait, that's too close to dwelling.
Seriously.
Where's the delineation between
right.
reflecting and dwelling?
You're not supposed to dwell. However, you should reflect.
God damn it, Earl, I was reflecting.
Looked like you were dwelling.
Well, I wasn't. You nosy ass.
So it says here.
Gentlemen, what? Well, he's always saying I'm dwelling. I was clearly reflecting. My head was up with my chin cocked a little bit to the left. That's reflecting.
That's reflecting.
Dwelling is hands on the temples down.
Yes, yes, chin down. That would be dwelling.
You idiot.
Yeah. Lily Allen and Stranger Things star David Harbour dating.
This is way better.
I had to look up Lily Allen, and I still don't know who she is. Is she a singer?
I believe so, right?
I think
don't
she's
know.
A dancer.
Oh, no.
No, she was a dancer.
Oh my God!
Stop.
Oh, I like her.
Oh, her brother's Alfie Allen from Game of Thrones.
And Lily Allen is from a while. She was she had career was on fire about 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Her brother is Theon Greyjoy.
Yes.
From Game of Thrones, and she's a singer. No,
she was a dancer.
Jinx! Oh my God!
Honestly, is she a singer?
She's a singer.
All right.
Her brother is Marcus Allen.
Honestly.
And Preston, is she a singer?
Yeah, she's a singer.
I'm not doing it.
Why not? No, she was a dancer.
Jinx! Oh my God!
Stop. Gets worse.
Okay, I thought she was an actress.
No, she's a singer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx! Oh my God!
Okay.
She had a couple of hits. She was at yes. What are some of her hits? We all know her hits.
Well, the girl that we're looking
birthday.
the girl that we have up in this photo, I think, is the actress that I looked up on IMDb.
No,
this
that's
morning.
the singer.
No, she was a dancer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx! Oh my God!
Lily Allen, for Christ's sake, she's a musician, right?
Okay.
Are we looking up two different people?
There are a ton of acting credits for
No, those are soundtrack.
someone named Lily Allen. Those are soundtrack. Oh.
Those are not acting credits.
Okay. We all
was an
clear?
actor?
Are we clear? No. She's a singer.
She has a song called "F.U."
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
I know that one. All right.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyhow, they might be dating, her and David Harbour. Londoners have spotted the two out hanging out and, of course, post about it on social media. Somebody wrote, David Harbour, when on earth did this happen? And it was alongside a screenshot of her, of her TV screen showing the couple at a boxing event.
Huh, good for him.
They first sparked rumors earlier this month when they were spotted taking in a West End performance of the Lehman trilogy.
Are we good enough friends with him now to just blow a call in?
Of course we are.
Yeah.
What time is it in London?
We did have a really good time with him.
Yeah.
It's like noon.
Super nice guy. Yeah, it's
So he's probably up.
Yeah, we give him a call.
Hello?
Yeah, David.
Yeah, David, it's and Steve. Are you dating Lily Allen?
Yeah.
She's a singer, right?
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx! Oh my God!
What are Casey and Kathy doing on this call?
We just had to do that. We had to do that because this is funny.
Okay, bye.
Okay, Woody Allen, maybe persona non grata in Hollywood, but Scarlett Johansson would work with him anytime. The A-lister is one of the few stars to publicly signal her support for the director.
He was the original choice for Captain America.
I did not realize that he would actually.
I don't think the serum worked.
Yeah.
I don't feel very super.
He was the original guy.
Yeah. Imagine that. The thing opens up. Have I changed dramatically?
Oh,
he comes out worse.
Yeah. They go the opposite direction.
He got older.
He's aged. His eyesight has gone bad. He's wearing glasses. Now his hair's falling out.
Ready to take on the Nazis.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan, personally, of their conduct.
Several stars.
They reach over. He just looks over. Stark's father reaches over and had the lever all the way to the wrong side. I'm sorry. I had it on skinnier. I should have pushed it to muscular.
Several stars, including Frida Pinto, Greta Gerwig, Colin Firth, and Mira Sorvino, expressed regret at working with him previously and pledged to never work with him again. But when the Hollywood Reporter asked Johansson, who worked with him on Match Point, Vicky Cristina Barcelona, and Scoop, she had nothing but good things to say about the 83-year-old, whose daughter, of course, accused him of sexual assault. He's denied all this stuff, but she said, how do I feel about Woody Allen? I love Woody, she told the Hollywood Reporter. I believe him, and I would work with him anytime. She said, I see Woody whenever I can, and I have had a lot of conversations with him about it. I have been very direct with him, and he's been very direct with me. He maintains his innocence, and I believe him.
Well, that's her prerogative to take it that way, and that's okay.
But she also why others don't. She said it's hard because it's a time where people are very fired up, and understandably, things needed to be stirred up, and so people have a lot of passion, a lot of strong feelings, and are angry, and rightfully so. It's an intense time.
What a missed opportunity that they could have worked in the Avengers films together. It would have been so great.
I ran into somebody who works in our office, and I'd asked her what she did the night before. Maybe it was over the weekend. She's like, yeah, well, I went to an I Do barbecue, and blah, blah, blah. This is kind of standard over there. I'm like, hang on a second. What's an I Do barbecue? You guys ever heard of that before?
No, but I have
like an engagement party?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
I'm going to vomit.
But only for people in the wedding party.
Right. Okay.
So
It's kind of where do they ask them to be in the wedding party? Like that's part of the event?
I'm not really sure.
So I've been to like where they invite the bridal party over, and that's you're at a party and they ask you to be in the bridal party. So
Is that what that is?
You're going to a party and you don't actually know yet until
you get to the party,
Right.
and then they say, by the way, you're all going to be in.
Or they ask you, yeah.
Okay.
So do attendees they don't know until some point in the evening when.
I mean, I think for my brothers, I knew I was going to be in my brother's wedding, but
Right.
yes, and then they gave us a bottle of wine, and on the wine, she had put in like a cute little saying asking us to be, it was a custom made wine label, and then it was a cute saying asking us to be in the wedding.
I would attend I'd prefer not barbecue.
I actually never liked the idea of an engagement party, and so you can put a cute little name on it, right, and make things rhyme, and I'm not going to like it or dislike it any more or any less.
Well, that's what they do, though. Yeah, that's what whoever they are.
There must be some counselor, commissioner, somebody who puts together like. With the gender reveal stuff now, that went from 0 to 60.
I'm wondering where this started because there's an article on the knot.com, right, which is a wedding magazine and a wedding website. And so do you think that they wrote the article thinking that this might be a thing, or did they write the article because it already was a thing?
I think probably they can help boost it by reporting on it. Right. All the not readers. But I don't know. Usually, something has to have a little bit of traction before you report on it, right?
So yeah, I would think so. But so you have an engagement party.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. There was something that you said you wanted to tell us about. What was it?
So I'm having some work done on my house, and my dad, he's an electrician. He's still doing work. So he did some like electrical work, and the day after, I go into the garage to get ready to leave for work. It's early in the morning. I hear this beeping sound, and I'm like, what is that? It was like, I don't know, like a high-pitched beeping sound.
Like a constant, like beep, 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 beep,
It was like beep, 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 beep. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm like, what the heck is that?
The Roadrunner.
So I call him, when I get to work, it gets a little bit later, and I know he's awake, and I'm like, I don't know, like, I'm not sure what's going on, but it's, you did the work yesterday, there's got to be something going on. And he's like, what do you think? No, nothing's going to make a beeping sound. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, can you please just go over in the garage and check? Now, mind you, I am searching the garage for this sound, and I can't find it. So I'm like, can you just go over, make sure my house isn't going to like blow up from some faulty wire or
Was
something?
it like we've talked about this before when the smoke alarm is chiming to let you know that the battery's out and you don't know which one it is, and okay, so
it's in the garage. I know it's in the garage, but I can't find it
and
anywhere.
He initially doesn't. He says, "What are you talking about? Like he doesn't believe you're hearing a sound that you're hearing?"
No, not that he doesn't think it's related to the electrical.
Oh, all right, okay.
And of course, immediately I'm blaming him because he was there the day before, so it's got to be his fault.
It's you.
So he comes over and we're here. I think we were in a meeting or something like that, and he's searching. He said he was also searching the garage, and now he knows it's not him. It was not electrical at all, but he now hears it. So he's like, I gotta find this. Like, so he's searching all over the place. He's digging through my trash cans. Okay, he finds the noise, and he calls me and he's like, I found it. He's like, I have no idea what this thing is. He's like, I left it outside your garage so you could see it. He goes, it's still beeping. He goes, I have no clue what this thing is. So I go home. I bought a pair of shoes a year ago, and I bought them from like TJ Maxx or Marshall's, one of those. And sometimes when you buy shoes that are a little more expensive from those shoes, they put a sensor on it. And so the sensor was left on the back of the boot. There was like a little lip on the back of the boot, and it was there. But I had bought them a year ago. So I was like, I can't go back to the store now and go, hey, by the way, I bought these last year. You forgot to take the sensor off.
So usually a sensor will trigger something at the door when you're on your way out.
That's
this had
the whole
its
purpose.
own little noisemaker on it.
Well, no, I mean it was a sensor. I don't know either. I
usually-
must have not tripped the sound, or maybe it was. I don't know.
No, what I'm saying is usually there's an indicator that will cause an alarm in the store.
In the store.
Right, I
That's
don't
all-
know.
It's not like, well, in a year it'll go off at your home.
Yeah.
Well,
so
no,
when
no,
you
so
stole it.
No, so it didn't go off in my home. That's what I'm saying. It was
Oh.
attached to the shoe for a year, right?
Yeah.
And so I said to myself, I can't go back to the store now and have them take it off.
No, but-
so I cut it off.
Yeah.
And I guess me cutting it, and when I initially cut it, it didn't make a sound,
Yeah.
and I tossed it in the trash can.
Yeah.
Well, sure enough, the next day it was beeping, and until the trash came, like a few days later, the thing just
No way.
kept beeping and beeping and beeping.
The point that we're making is usually the tracer, the little tracker, whatever you want to call it, the little device doesn't normally make noise.
Right.
It triggers
Right, but I think
something that
because I
makes
cut
noise.
it started to make
okay.
noise. But I mean, searching my garage for this
So
noise.
it would seem to me that as you're leaving the store with it on the package, they usually
Yeah, but this happens
remove
all
it or disable it.
This happens all the time.
Really?
I
Yeah.
had a leather jacket. I bought it at Wilson's Leather.
Yes.
The leather place. 4 years. I kid you not, 4 years. Somewhere in that jacket was sewn into it a sensor.
Some sort of sensor.
And we would be at a variety of stores. And it didn't matter what. And I'd be walking out and it would start, the alarm would go off. Yeah. And I'm like, and this was years this kept happening. We felt all over it. We couldn't find it anywhere in the lining, nowhere on that. And I wasn't getting rid of it because I loved it.
Did you end up finding it?
No, it eventually just died out. I guess it doesn't
Oh my God,
censor
that's so
anymore
funny.
for whatever reason, and it stopped. It stopped tripping the alarm.
So years ago, when I worked at the
Years.
bookstore, they would give you these strips, very, very thin, almost like bookmarky type of things. And the idea was you'd open up the book and stick it in the book somewhere
Yes.
in one of the pages, right?
I had to do the same thing at Barnes & Noble, yes.
Right. Well, I had an extra bag of those.
Oh my God.
And for a fun practical joke, you could secrete it in someone's clothes, and it would set off. But I was surprised at how many places it would set off in addition to the bookstore.
Are they universal, like those tags?
You would imagine they wouldn't be but they are.
And
At least some of them are.
Well, and then some of them, Steve, like are triggered to explode and have a little bit of dye in
Right.
them.
Well, like in banks,
But, I
like
mean,
dye packs.
But just like
clothes?
for clothes, yeah.
Yeah.
There are a few where like there's a tiny little dye explosion in there,
What?
and it'll
Yes.
yeah.
No. In fact, you've seen them, Preston. They're the ones that look like more like a formidable plastic, like a tag, like a long tag, and it's got sort of a bubble at the end
So
of it.
the intent there, Preston, is if you try to tear that thing off, it's going to snap, and the clothes item that you're stealing will be ruined by the ink contained within the security
knew
tag.
that.
Yeah.
Never knew.
That's probably different than the one that you had in your Wilson's jacket,
Dude. And we took it back to the store.
And they couldn't find it.
figure it out. They couldn't find it anywhere.
Somebody who made the jacket played a joke on you and put it
probably.
in there somewhere.
Man. You know what? And now when those things, when the alarm triggers, if for whatever reason you're walking out, I don't even stop anymore.
Listen.
If
Well,
I
but
paid for
that's-
my stuff, I just keep going. I'm like, nobody's tackling me. I'm just,
You saw the footage from the Lululemon, right?
Yeah.
Where they have 50 people carrying out stuff en masse. It's like, does anyone even look anymore?
But
it's
that's
like car alarms.
That's the thing. Sometimes you'll, like I'll turn around. They're like, "You're good, you're good."
Yeah.
But maybe, and then I guess something like this, could happen where it's on the on the back of my shoe for a year.
If one of those things ends up staying on your clothes for whatever reason, like that they forgot to take it off at the store or whatever, and then you take it home, can you return it to have it removed? Like,
Oh yeah, you go. I mean,
Okay.
the best bet is to have your receipt with you to say,
Right,
"Hey, I
right,
paid
right.
for this. You didn't
I
take."
stole this earlier. We had a huge
Yeah.
smash and grab, and I cannot get this thing.
I forgot what we had or why the security tag was still on there, but it was one of those that it's like a bar, and then there's a button type of thing in it, and they have to stick it in this machine to remove it. Okay.
Yes.
That's one of
So-
those. Those are often the little.
Well, this
dye
one didn't
things
have
that-
dye on it, but we took that thing home, and it was going to be too much of a pain in the ass to go back and So I'm like, all right, I'll try taking this thing
They're
off.
like impossible.
Oh my God.
Did you get it off?
Yeah, eventually, but it took a lot of work. And we didn't have like tin snips or anything like that where you could cut through the metal parts. And it
Those
was
are impossible.
really hard.
And the device that removes it is just you just slide it and it comes right off. Yeah,
Pops off. Some of them have like a magnet on there or something. I don't know what.
Yeah, the one that was on my shoe was kind of like a little box with like a wire on top of it, and so they like looped it through the shoe.
Kathy, I had a jacket that had a sensor on it for a full year. So like I went home, I found it on the jacket. I just put the jacket, to the side and thought like, oh, I'll return it. And then, like you said, it was past that window where I thought I could say, even though it was from a store that you love, and if you go in the app, it shows that you bought it, but I still felt weird like 6 months later saying like, I bought this, can you just take it off? So I literally pulled out my tools, Preston, and took the back end of the hammer, like you're taking
claw.
out a nail, the claw,
Yeah.
and was just doing it. I felt like such a criminal.
Yeah.
Because I was like, this is what.
Well, that's what I thought. If I went back with it, that they were going to be like, "Oh yeah, sure, you bought them a year ago."
But it was surprisingly easy.
How embarrassing
scared
is
me.
that when you walk out and the thing goes off? You've paid for it, but yet you can't help but feel like a felon.
Well, I don't know how much shopping you guys do, but when it happens, Kath, like you end up with and a lot of stores now don't give you bags, so you just have like an armful of stuff. And I'm sitting there with like one item, like putting it through the thing. I'm like, nope, it's not that one. Is it that one? Nope, not that one. Here you go. Is it that one? Because that's happened to me too.
Marissa, there's a text that just came in and said the exact same thing that you just said, which was if you hit it in the hammer in the back, it'll come right off. So that sounds way too easy to remove.
Well, I think it's probably like by store. Maybe some stores invest a little bit more money into the quality of theirs, that it doesn't come off as easy. Potentially.
Or just go in with 30 people.
I was like smacking it though. It was kind of fun. It was
Clear the shelves and then run.
So Kath, they pulled it off and it was still beeping when you threw it in the trash.
Just beeping. Couldn't find it in the garage. My poor dad had to go through my trash cans.
Hang on a second here. Christine has a tip for us. Hi, Christine. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Christine?
Hey, so that's happened to me so many times, and you can I Googled it, and there's so many things on YouTube on how you can just take like a steak knife and you saw off the part of it, and so you just keep sawing it, and eventually it'll come out, and then the ball bearings will pop out, and then you can pull it right off at home, and it takes about 3 minutes.
So there are some quick how-to videos on YouTube.
Saw it off, yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
My thing is that obviously they have it that way so that you don't damage the garment trying to remove it. And if you're sawing away at something on top of the garment, unless it's something you don't really care about.
I don't know. Let me go to Steve next. Hi, Steve, you're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Morning, Presbo. Morning, crew. How's it going?
Good, buddy. How you doing?
All right. This just brought up an interesting topic. We just came back from Disney World. So my wife bought a sweatshirt in Animal Kingdom that had the sensor on it, and it never went off when we walked out of the store, and we didn't realize it till the night before we were packing to come home. So this started a huge debate. I always check my clothing and stuff that I buy for sensors before you leave the store, and she said I was crazy that no one ever checks for sensors. It should be the store's responsibility.
Yeah.
So now we got a sweatshirt that we can't use.
Yeah.
So if you walk in and out of a place, it'll set it off.
Yeah, but this time it never went off at Animal Kingdom, the shop we were in.
It's so weird.
It never went off.
We are literally watching, Steve, some videos Nick pulled up per our last call on YouTube on how to remove that. So it should be no problem for you. Just do a quick search and see what you can find out. There are some, thank you for the call, by the way. There are some where fork is the optimum tool to use.
And Steve, in these tutorials, it's every type of those tags. It's the one that,
really?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 forks seems to be a popular use, Nick. Right?
Yeah.
And then there's the steak knife one.
The steak knife, rubbing it back and forth. But Steve, it's got the ones with the dye in it. It's got the magnet ones.
Does it have the book security strips?
Does not have the Barnes & Noble special or the B. Dalton.
All right, let me go. Hang on a second. I'm going to go to Chris. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, buddy, what's up?
So when I was a teenager and stupid, I went and got a new pair of Puma white soccer cleats.
Okay.
I left the store. Nothing beeped. I went to go put them on, and I was like, oh, my God, the sensor. I take the sensor off. blue ink everywhere, all over my sneaks, all over my cleats.
So when it discharges, Chris, does it discharge in like a mist, or did it squirt out, or what happened?
Like squirt out, like it just.
Oh wow!
Like an egg hit the wall, and I'm like, so I played a game. I'm playing soccer, and the referee's like, "What'd you do? Steal this?" Yeah, you guys got listen. Remember back a while ago, you guys were talking about the names, like I forget what it was about, like email addresses, like M something or whatever.
Right.
So I work for a company. I'm not going to say who I work for, but I talked to this guy. His name is Home, right? So I'm like, all right, I didn't think anything of it. Then you had to send an email to him. His name is Hung Dung.
Oh, okay. This has
Hung
nothing
Dong?
to do with what we were talking about.
Just want to add this in as a little bonus story.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Thanks,
That's
Chris.
That's security
Appreciate it,
too.
Yeah. Maybe he was a security.
He's a security guard.
He's a security
Hung
guard.
Dong.
I will go to Amanda on the phones. Hi, Amanda. Good morning.
Sorry to bother you guys at work.
No, we want to know. What's up, Amanda?
So my mother-in-law, she's Costa Rican. She only speaks Spanish. She went to an auction with one of my sister-in-laws, bought a bag of bathing suits.
Uh-huh.
And me and my husband went over to visit her, and she's showing me all these. She's like, take some bathing suits with you. Couldn't even take half of them because all of them had the sensor on them still.
So they were all shoplifted.
We don't know, but she was going crazy as well. She's like, it's something's beeping, and we don't know. She didn't know what it was. She was explaining it to my husband. She's like, I hear it at night, and I can't sleep.
I love the notion of buying bathing suits by the bag. That's hilarious.
I was like to my husband, like, I don't know if she knows this, but half of them have the security tag, the sensor on them. I don't think anybody can wear these.
And like Kathy's, they were the ones that make the noise.
It's hilarious
when you have it.
Yeah.
All right, that makes sense. All right, thank you, Amanda. I appreciate it. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Because then what are you gonna do? You can't if you don't remove it, you can't walk around.
Right. Beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. It sort of screams theft. Even if it wasn't you.
All right, so when you're walking through the doors, they have those little, like a little corral. And what's in those? Because usually, like
lasers.
when I go shopping, I have earbuds in, and so but when I walk through that corral, it affects.
So it's some sort of electromagnetic scanner,
right?
And the sound is always the same in the department store. Bam, bam.
I'm gonna guess
bam.
it's similar technology to a metal detector.
It's a cheap MRI.
Oh, it's a cheap MRI. So you hear a noticeable difference in
the
what
sound.
does it sound like?
It'll just cut out. It'll basically just cut out when I walk through.
Thief.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's some kind of RF, some kind of radio frequency. I have Adam, worked in retail, has some tips. Hey, Adam, good morning.
Good morning, It. How we doing?
Good morning to see you, buddy. What's up?
So, yeah, worked in retail for quite a long time. There are a number of different tags. You have your screamers, you have your ink tags, your RFIDs. All you need is a strong magnet. Had someone come in to attempt to shoplift. They left their strong magnet. I took it home with me. Anytime someone leaves a tag on, all you need is put the magnet on the back. Tag pops off. No stress. Nothing damaged.
Just a regular strong magnet will have it pop right off.
Yes, sir.
Adam,
wow.
What is RFID? You said that. I don't know what that means.
Radio frequency identification.
Okay.
All right, then that maybe, Casey, that's what it is.
That's gotta be it.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks for the tip, Adam. Appreciate it, buddy.
I used to have.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
I used to have a toy as a kid. It was Monster Magnet. Do you remember this thing, Preston? It looked like a monster. And its arms were down, and at the end of both arms were huge magnets.
No,
and you could use it to like pick things up. I can pick things up. And after a while, you realized, what is that about?
Do you guys ever shoplift anything?
Of course.
Jeez.
Like what?
Oh my God. Halloween masks, hats, probably clothes, never a car. Yeah,
As a kid, I hope.
Yeah, as a kid, and then yesterday.
And one time last week.
You little klepto.
Yeah, I remember going, in 8th grade, I was especially bad, but I remember walking into a store and just seeing how I could get away with it. And I threw this, it was around Halloween, and it was a bat hat. And so it's like basically like a beanie with like giant like bat wings on it. And I put it on and
I need this for prom.
And I walked right out of the store with it.
Really?
Yeah.
So you just put it on and walked out?
Just blatantly just put it on and walked right out. Yeah.
How old were you?
At 8th grade, I said.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
My mom basically said we were going to go to hell and the devil was going to burn us if we
It's a commandment.
stole anything.
It's right. It's right there in the directions.
I was never. I didn't do that. I remember being with a friend of mine who was doing it, and I didn't know. My mom was always like, "You can't hang out with those people because if they get caught, you're going to be looped in." So I was always so nervous. One time, I walked out of Target with the case of water underneath, and I was like, "Oh my god, I have to go back in. I don't know what to do here. They're coming after me."
I remember. So, Kathy, the same thing. I never shoplifted like that. I never. Like if there was a loose marble on the floor or something, maybe I'd pick that up.
No.
But I would never shoplift anything. And Modell's, before Modell's was more sports associated, was just more like a department store. And so growing up where we grew up, the kids in my school had formed a collective called Modell's Hawkers World, where they would go in. Oh. That was their term for shoplifting.
Oh no!
And so they were constantly shoplifting Modell's. But I remember it's like, oh my god, it's like they're like Dillinger, they're just the hard criminals in my mind. But they were doing it constantly. The most often pilfered CDs, stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's been like I don't think I've shoplifted as like an adult. I think probably in high school, maybe I did a couple of things. I know a friend of mine used to work at Gold Medal Sporting Goods, and what he used to do when he worked there, he would take a whole bunch of merchandise, throw it away, and then when everything closed, he would go to the dumpster and take the bag of stuff, and then he would sell that at a steep discount to his friends.
He was working there, so it was an inside job. That happens a lot.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the theft services or the security services have to look for, inside employees doing that.
I do know an adult that will shoplift, and not anything significant, but just like little things, especially at the self-checkout. But I mean, like, does it on purpose and has actually voiced it to me and told me about it.
You
and
remember
I'm like,
Winona Ryder?
Yeah.
Winona Ryder, and there was some sort of psychological thing. Yeah. She would go in and enjoyed shoplifting.
Yeah. I had I had some work done on my house. This is years ago. It was the first house that we bought, and so I had to go to the hardware store with the guy who was doing work at my house, and I didn't know this until later on. But he stole stuff, and basically what he did is he just basically whatever he was trying to steal, he sandwiched in between other things.
Right.
So there was like a door, right, and so
I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Underneath the door, he hid other things that he stole.
Right.
And
so that they would overlook it at checkout, right? Yeah. Okay.
Man.
The only things that I into adulthood that I lifted, I guess this technically wouldn't be considered shoplifting because I consider shoplifting stealing things that are for sale. Okay. But like at a restaurant, maybe taking like, I don't know, a plate or not a plate.
Those are free, Preston.
Yeah, right?
You're allowed.
You know what I'm saying?
You've already bought the meal.
so it's not shoplifting.
Like I took like
it's just stealing.
Like a mug one time. I took a pint glass, things like that.
A lot of times they anticipate. Listen, it's not that you should do it, but a lot of times they anticipate, especially if it's a place that's known for like, I'm going to get a shot glass from this place or whatever.
Right.
So they'll kind of work that in. Is there a
stealing.
delineation? If you use a gun and take hostages, is that shoplifting?
No.
Only if you take something.
All right.
Yeah.
What's the bigger crime here? When we were teenagers, we all worked either in retail or in restaurants, and it was like a theft ring. And it was, I guess, the way sort of we justified it was
I'm not getting paid enough. Or
kind of.
Yeah.
And Steve, like it was, I worked at McDonald's all throughout high school, and my friends most of the time did not pay for full meals. They'd come in and get a kid-sized Coke and 3 cheeseburgers.
But I remember that kind of invasive thought that the moment it would happen, it's like, I'm taking this.
Yeah.
And it'd be
sticking
what
it
do
to
you, what do you think? Where did that come from?
Yeah.
I'm taking this. I want that.
This is mine now.
When I worked at Dunkin' Donuts, they would steal, a lot of the employees would steal full bags of their coffee. And you know how expensive that is.
Yeah.
And I mean, that was something. I'm like, man, I would take a donut here or there. Or when the donuts would go, like 5 or 6 hours or 4 hours. I think they had to throw them out. And so
they're free.
I'd take them.
In the early days of radio, my radio career, not the early days of radio, like, the early.
It was an early time of broadcasting. Here's Preston shaking the hands of one of the earliest broadcasters, Tesla. Here's Marconi congratulating him on a job well done. What's that in his pocket? It's a salt shaker.
In my early days of radio, and when I was, I think I was an intern, maybe, I would lift from the promotions closet.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Prize closet?
Yeah.
Dude, it was like a candy shop of cassettes and CDs and hell yeah.
All right. You want to talk about that? I took that thing, that kicking in. Ron Morey, obviously, who owned DRE. And they fired a whole bunch of people out. They did a big house cleaning, and I brought in a lot of my own stuff for the production. I was doing commercial production and comedy bits for the radio station for WDRE in New York. And so he's right next to me, and I have a mail bin. I'm just going to get my stuff from the, and I'm pulling out their stuff. Yeah. And I'm putting it, and it was it was wrong, but it was sort of my FU.
Yeah.
For what what went down.
I'm taking this.
I freely admit it, and there was just something sort of comically wonderful about robbing the company in front of the owner.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Melissa, who worked in retail, in a retail theft department. Hi, Melissa. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up?
So I did retail loss prevention for 30 years.
Wow.
I started out at the Wanamaker building in Philadelphia.
Okay.
And the people that used to come in there were so blatant. And some of the stories I could tell you, I could be here all day. But one that stands out is in Northeast Philly in the Wanamaker store at Cotman and the Boulevard, we used to have automatic doors we could lock from in the office. And we used to get what we called door hits. So they would come in and grab everything they could off the racks and go out the doors. Well, the one time we saw them come in, we locked them in the vestibule. These guys are going crazy inside the doors, picking up the trash cans and trying to break through the doors until the cops came.
Hey, how'd you see them coming? How did you know that they were going to do what they were going to do?
Well, I was actually on my lunch break, and I'm sitting in front of the cameras. I'm sitting there eating, and you can see there's just a known quality when they come in. You know that's what they're going to do. There's 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah.
Come in right away, go right for the doors, or right for the good stuff. Like retailers are idiots. They keep the good stuff right at the doors. Tommy Hilfiger, Polo, that was big back in the day. The leather coats, all right by the doors. So they would take everything off the racks and just go. And we had a little bit of time before they got to the outside door, so it really benefited. It was hilarious.
So, Melissa, to your point about the crews and the way they operate, I was watching this footage of these guys, this crew that has been hitting apparently Ulta Cosmetics. And so they go and they were showing the footage, and they broke the same way once they got into the store.
Yeah, they got it down.
Yeah, they're perimeter
They got
guys
their
keeping an eye out, and so the practice ones, it's pretty wild.
Hey, by the way, Melissa, somebody texting in, I'm not sure if this jives what you experienced. It says, not sure if anybody cares, but the stats for theft in retail companies is only 10% customers, 90% theft is internal.
Yeah.
And did you guys catch a lot of in-house retail theft?
Absolutely.
Wow.
I mean, back in the 90s when I started, there wasn't the good technology we had today. I actually just recently got out of it when COVID hit, but we had I worked for another department store that I'm not going to say, but in Hamilton, New Jersey, I caught a actual manager stealing thousands of dollars from the safe.
Oh.
It was ridiculous.
Just taking cash, going into the safe and just taking cash right out of it.
Straight up robbery.
Yes.
Well, there's no sign that says don't take it.
Was I not supposed to do that? Is that wrong?
We forgot to put that up that day.
No, so I remember
Thank you, Melissa. Appreciate it.
I was at work one afternoon. Have a good one, Melissa. And Preston, the police came, and they went to the woman working the cash register, and they took her out in handcuffs. And she worked up some sort of system where she was selling gift certificates, but like kicking herself back for each one that she sold. Almost like Roadhouse, you know,
Right.
the bartender. And so, but man, she had clipped a lot of loot.
All right, so I don't know if I told you guys this or not, but this is a couple weeks ago. I saw somebody steal something, and it's stupid. It's like, why are you stealing that? I do not understand.
If you weren't my wife,
no. So listen to this. I was at a golf course. I was on the putting practice green. Okay, and so when you're on these putting greens, they have these little flags,
right,
that you can aim at, and some of them are in a cup, and others just stick straight into the turf, and it's just a target for you to aim for. And so there's a few people out on the putting green. We're putting. I'm doing the same thing. And I look and I see this guy, and he pulls these are the type that just stick directly into the turf.
Yeah.
And I see him pull the flag up, all right? And then I see him wiping dirt off of the bottom of it. And I'm like, well, I wonder why these guys doing that. That's weird. So I'm kind of like watching him with one eye, because everybody's kind of doing their own business, practicing and everything. And the guy kind of turns away with his back to me, and then I see him pull on his pants waistband. Who's wearing sweats. He takes it and shoves it down in the leg, and then pulls the coat around like this, and then he starts kind of stiff leg walking away. And I'm like, so I wasn't going to go over and confront the guy, because I don't own this golf course.
Right.
I'm not going to get myself into some kind of confrontation with some guy who might, wig out and do something weird on me. So I'm trying to not look right at him, but I'm watching peripherally.
Right. He's under surveillance.
And he starts making his way to the parking lot. So I go inside the pro shop and I'm saying, just to let you guys know, I saw this really weird thing. Like, they kind of didn't even believe me when I was telling them, because why would somebody do that?
What's the intent?
But they're like 2.5 feet long, something like that, and they're made of metal, and the guy shoved it down in his pant leg
Is it
and
a
headed out.
prestigious course?
No, it's just a public course.
Okay.
And the guy, that's why the guy was wearing sweats. I mean,
well, I guess it's up to me.
Yeah, it wasn't like it wasn't
like Marion where they had those little
the basket,
which I would totally steal one of those.
Totally. And I went in and I told the manager he didn't quite understand what was going on, and he tried to go out in the parking lot and find the guy, and the dude was already gone.
You should have tackled him, but ripped off your sunglasses and said, "A-hole in one."
A-hole in one. But I'm like, why would you? And maybe it was.
Do people use those at home?
No, you have to have a green at home to use that.
Like, what the?
So I'm assuming maybe he's just one of those type of people that gets a kick out of stealing
It's
something.
got to be. And to the Winona Ryder, even she said, and if people aren't familiar, obviously an actress of means, going in and stealing clothing. There is an exhilaration that occurs. There's a psychological thing. That risk.
Yeah,
and
it's like Marie from Breaking Bad. She had that
same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but purple stuff, right?
Was it always purple stuff?
No,
That's Sunny D.
She always had something purple on, but no, it wasn't always purple stuff. But no, because she had the baby tiara that she stole.
That's
that
right.
Skylar almost got arrested for trying to return.
When I was a kid, I told you guys about this one time, and I don't know why. It was just a thrill of taking something. My parents and I was only in first grade or something like that. And we were at a sporting goods store, and it was in the fishing section, and I grabbed a fishing lure.
Yes.
And it was one of those that had several hooks on it, and I put it in between I put it inside my coat jacket here.
Oh, yeah.
And it hooked my shirt, and then it hooked my coat, and I was stuck with that, and I stayed home. My parents were like, why don't you want to take your coat off? I'm like, no, I'm fine. I'm okay. It was the wintertime, and eventually I had to fess up because they had to come and cut it off, and they made me go back to the store and return it.
So they did the full, embarrass you and all that stuff.
So we were out to dinner 2 summers ago at Congress Hall, and I believe we were at the Blue Pig.
Yes.
Is that what? Okay.
Yeah.
And they have really nice napkins. And so the talk was we were gonna. Well, they were nice, and they matched the same decor as our friend's house. It's like a teal, like a blue teal. But anyway,
that was their first mistake.
I went to the manager and I said, "Hey, listen, can we take these because we're about to steal them?" And they let us take them.
I'm gonna give you a choice.
Yeah. Can we take these or burn the place down?
Wow. Okay. Hang on a second. I want to go to Mike and get his call. Hey, Mike. Morning, bud.
Hey guys.
Hi, Mike.
What's up, man?
So about 10, 15 years ago, I was working in a mall, and when the JCPenney would open, I would kind of mosey on over there. And I always loved the idea of, like, being able to sneak into places, or so I would go by and pick up a new watch every day that I was working in the mall. And then the next day I worked, I would go and return that watch and see if they noticed. Like, it was a twofer.
So what would you get? Store credit?
No. I don't mean like return it like over the seat. I mean like sneak it back into the thing so that like when they did the count, the watch was suddenly back.
Oh, so okay, so you would take it out and then put it back to see if they. And that is kind of wild, yeah.
Yeah, like I always thought like the best job would be like breaking into banks, not to steal the money, but just to beat the security.
To test the system.
Hey guys, I got this. Here you go. I got it all.
You know what? Here's what you do, Mike. Break into a bank and then tell them you were just testing the system. Yeah.
Yeah. I figured that would go real well.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Can't see any possible downside.
No problem there.
Thanks, bud. By the way, Casey, couple of texts coming in here. This one says, Casey, I have 2 blue pig napkins. And then a text right after that says, I also have stolen the blue pig napkin.
And then this one.
Another one says, the text says, I thought I've never taken anything. And then Casey said the blue pig. And I was like, oh, wait, I did that too.
They also have ramekins. I think we I can't say we because I didn't steal anything. I asked about the napkins, but the people I was with stole the ramekins.
Really? Heathens.
They must know that at the Blue Pig. Like, if this many people are texting in.
They sell them. I think that the napkins, they sell them at the...
I got to see pictures of these.
They must be amazing.
Blue pig napkins now.
All right, if you're confessing that, then I have to admit that I was off the coast of Somalia one time and me and some buddies stole an oil tank.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
That reminds me of a movie I saw one time.
Oh, and I quoted it, too, and everyone chuckled. Yeah. I'm the captain now.
And everybody chuckled.
And you know what? The captain had a blue pig napkin tucked in.
All right, we found a picture of the blue pig.
Are they
pig
glorious?
Napkins. They're cute.
They're nice.
They have a pig on them, right, Case?
No. That's a place setting. The napkin, I believe, is it's just above it.
That's a napkin.
Yeah,
there's a pig on it.
Oh, I can't see that well.
Yeah.
That is a pig. Hey!
In his ear.
That is a pig!
You just yelled that right in my
Sorry.
He was leaning over me.
I didn't realize.
That is a pig! That is a pig!
I mean, for what it's worth, the Congress Hall is great. They should just send us some napkins.
Maybe pick up those Oreo balls on the way over.
Yeah.
Listen, I've heard nothing but great stuff about it. I have to go try it.
They got great napkins.
And they have cats. I mean, they're not like...
not served.
They're wild
right,
cats.
Yeah. How do you like your cat?
Uh-huh.
Wait, what do you mean you have wild cats?
They're like, so you ever go to like the Caribbean and you're eating on the beach in the Caribbean?
Feral cats.
Feral cats.
I was
Wild
not a wild cat. That's like a bobcat.
They have like bobcats.
This is moisture cats. And actually, in the cat skills, no correlation. But when you go to the like Dirty Dancing type lodges and the restaurants, they would have cats walking around to get rid of the vermin.
I believe it.
A bunch of people are saying that they will take like cutlery, like the knives from Lone Star or from steakhouses.
Lone Star.
And because they have good steak knives that you can just
Yeah. Texas Roadhouse has good steak knives, good thick steak knives.
Remember we got what is the restaurant?
Capitol Grill.
Capitol Grill. We got Capitol Grill.
Yeah, we talked about that just recently.
What did we get them for? Somebody like gifted them?
Came
or?
out for hunger. The manager brought them to us.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, anyhow, I think we're going to wrap things up. But, Kathy, I'm glad you found the source of your beeping, and that was indeed a sensor from a store stuck on a pair of shoes.
That I didn't steal. I purchased them.
From a year earlier.
Do you believe that your father might have planted that there to cover his bad electric work?
I know.
I got to come up with something.
All right. Well, listen, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in a moment or two, so hang out for a spell. You're invited. We'll be right back. Okay. You have, I guess now, an I Do barbecue. You have to have a rehearsal dinner.
The rehearsal dinner is what to me. Isn't that sort of that's the wedding party gathering?
That's
right?
what I always thought it was.
Well, but not anymore because now if you have out of town guests, if you're going by their rules, you have to invite the out of town guests to the rehearsal dinner.
Right.
So, but out of town guests who are in the wedding party aren't expected to attend the I Do barbecue,
I think the I Do barbecue is taking over the engagement party. I don't think you're having an I Do barbecue and you're having an engagement party. I think it's sort of one or the other.
Really?
Yeah.
So, but you would only
Because
invite.
an I Do barbecue is an engagement party.
Yeah, but you're only inviting the people that would be in your wedding party.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't know if that's the case. I'm just saying that is also, I've been to parties where they only invite the bridal party.
Because let's say you have a big engagement party or your I Do barbecue, but you're only inviting some of the people that are there.
Invite people can be in the direct wedding party.
But let's say you have like 50 people there, but you're only inviting like 7 of them to be in your wedding party. That's kind of insulting to the other people that show up.
Not really. That's like saying you have to put every single friend in your bridal party. I think you know who's.
But if you're at a party and you're not part of the list there.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh, I'll just be waiting over here.
Yeah.
No.
Enjoy your being celebrated by the bride and groom, and I'll just stand over here and have my fruit.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
So you have all these parties. What are the ones involved with having a baby? There's a shower.
The
right?
barber bris.
The barber bris.
But listen, like the I Do barbecue and the gender reveal, I think are kind of organized so that you don't have to bring a gift. You're not bringing a gift to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Gender reveal?
Yeah, like it's more set up like the barbecue. Like come over for a barbecue. You don't quite know what it is, but whereas an engagement party is. If you show up without a gift, or at least for me, if I showed up without a gift, I would feel awkward.
All right, hang on. I just saw a text that came over. It said Connor Betts, he's an assistant producer here, went to an I Do barbecue. I'd like to know if he brought a gift with him to the I Do barbecue. Because, Kathy, I think you have to bring a gift to an I Do barbecue.
I don't know. Here, Connor's.
All right, we need an
walking him
explanation,
right now.
clarification, in case I, by some stretch of the imagination, get invited to an I Do barbecue. I want to know what to do.
Connor?
I did not bring a gift.
Okay.
Were you aware that it was an I Do barbecue before you attended?
Yes.
Okay, so that is the premise of the I Do barbecue when it was presented to you that you were coming because you were going to be asked to be a part of this wedding party?
Yes, and I was not a part of the wedding.
All right, did your girlfriend bring a gift?
No.
Okay.
So when you went,
Do you know what I'm saying? Like the gender reveal is to come. We're all finding out together what the baby is going to be. You're not going to bring a gift to that. The the baby shower. Yes, that's the point of a baby shower. Your friends, your family, they're bringing gifts so that you can be prepared for when the baby comes.
Connor prefers to be called Moose.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
That's just a nickname from high school.
Oh, I did not know that.
High
Okay.
school into college, and everybody calls me.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I didn't know that. Nice to meet you, Moose.
So Moose, what was it like at the I Do barbecue?
Well, I didn't bring a gift, one, because they are wealthy and
Yes.
I am poor.
Right.
So I think my mom might have brought a gift, but I didn't.
And so who with the cluster that you attended who was asked to be in the bridal party?
It was my friend's brother's engagement party, I guess. So then we were all friends with him, and it was a bunch of my friends, and then I was not asked.
Did they line you up?
I was back up.
Did they line you up in a row and then yes, no? Yes.
Yeah, it's like picking for kickball.
Right, right? No. And then, Connor, you're there with the caterer standing there.
Yeah, it was me and the caterer and the dog.
Right, yeah.
On the side.
These are the ones who will not be in our wedding party. Shame them.
Sorry, Moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
But you didn't go to the party expecting to be asked to be in the bridal party, right? Yeah.
Not even a little bit?
No.
It's
With
not
how good you look in a gown?
You don't have every friend you know in your bridal party.
No, but I'm saying this seems oddly. It is like being picked for teams in school.
No.
And you're left out of it.
No.
It's like, why not break up into shirts and skins?
Well, I had never heard the term "I Do barbecue" before, but apparently that's another one to add to the list with your gender reveals, your sprinkles, your showers, your engagement
golden
parties,
showers,
your golden showers.
Butterscotch bandits,
and that's
Carl
overcomers.
Guys, you're combining things that don't.
It's disgusting.
It's not.
Yeah, Overcomer was a movie.
We're here for the hot Carl party.
What were you gonna say, guys?
I just don't make your wedding more special than it really is.
Yeah.
You know,
Or do it since it's your wedding.
yeah.
Don't make it more special than it really is.
Because it might end up in a murder-suicide, you know?
Wow.
You're not special. This day isn't special.
It might end up in
They had an I do barbecue.
They had
and now he's dead.
Yes. Congratulations. It might end up in a murder-suicide.
I'm Keith Morrison. It started with an I do barbecue and ended with where'd you bury the body?
I love it. Pierre is in the studio, about ready to take over for the day.
It's a miracle.
It is a miracle.
It is a miracle.
Every day's a miracle.
Every day's a miracle. Rodney brought me coffee this morning.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Rodney's the man.
If Rodney isn't the greatest already, he, on his way in, found some wonderful coffee for me and brought it in.
I have a Superman statue that I'm going to give Rodney. There's one statue that has not ported over to my office. I said, if anybody around here deserves the Superman statue, it's Rodney.
I would agree.
Yeah.
You need more figurines and statues, though.
I have space now, and they will be coming. They're ordered and on their way. In fact, one should be arriving at the house today.
Yeah. Claire, God bless her.
She really is a saint.
She is a saint.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she said, no more in this house. Send them to the office.
Absolutely. Work it is.
Are there pictures of the assortment?
Yeah, in the house. But there's still room in the house.
No, I mean up online, though.
Oh, yeah.
So that people can see how many Batman, Superman, other figurines you have.
Just go to our Instagram page.
Yeah. We posted yesterday. There's more on the way.
Yeah, so this is just beginning, but mostly featuring Batman and Iron Man.
Right. Okay.
Right now, I have to decorate properly.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. It's a miracle.
There you go. There's a picture of it in the studio right now.
Oh, this is the new office.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yep. We just moved in the other day.
So there's huge spaces where people would put books and tapes and various recording instruments, but Steve has used, they're 5 feet high.
Yeah.
And
they're not 5 feet high.
All right. They're 4.5 feet high.
4.5 feet. Yeah.
And the Iron Man gets a giant Iron Man head.
That's a 1-to-1 scale Iron Man head.
Wow.
I'm so glad I listen. It looks good. You've organized it so nicely. I am proud of you. But I'm glad there's a buffer between me and you.
That buffer is Nick.
It's Nick.
Yeah.
I've started to straighten up my area.
You have. It's
and my collections are coming too. So I have display area finally. So I'm going to put some of my
swords.
stuff up.
Nice.
I don't know if I'm going to do the swords.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
we'll
we
see.
threw the swords out.
No, I have a couple of swords. There's one like the Philadelphia Pipe and Drums brought us this really cool. It's engraved and everything. So that's for the show. I need to find somewhere for that. But I have other collections that I'm going to bring and display.
Are we going to do that thing that we were talking about? That one idea where we were floating?
How to do that? Yeah, we'll hopefully get to that soon.
Okay,
that's an idea, and we'll get to it.
Yeah. We're not going to reveal what it is.
We're going to put a chopping board in the middle of the room and hang our pots and pans from the ceiling.
No, that's Kathy's sections, along with the doilies and the Martha Stewart tribute area.
You know what? I've always wanted that. I've never had a setup where I can hang my pots and pans from like a ceiling setup.
I like that look. My wife doesn't like it, so we didn't get it.
Here's why I do like it. It looks great. But you can't use the pots because once there's a stain and you hang it up, now it looks ridiculous.
Shut up.
I'm just saying that's when it
Once
doesn't
there's
look
a
good.
stain,
That's why
that shows that that's a working kitchen.
Which is
There
fine.
would
but
never
then
be a stain if it was me because they'd never be used.
Me neither.
It would
That's
look
why I always
lovely.
wanted it.
It would work in your house.
Yeah.
See, that's why we should live together.
That's why we are married but stay apart.
Right. Forever.
I mean, you can't have sex all the time.
Well, exactly.
No, it's the perfect marriage. We don't live together and we don't have to have sex.
Yeah, you just love each other and then leave it at that.
We just love each other, and that's all
Kathy,
there is to it.
had she not met Dennis, she would have been married to a prisoner.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It'd be the perfect thing. What are you in for murder? Love it.
Right each other.
Yeah.
I didn't give away whatever it was I had yesterday.
You didn't?
So whatever that is.
It was a turkey.
It was a turkey.
We'll give it away today.
It was and pounds of steak.
And
so,
pounds of steak.
Yeah, not just a pound. Several pounds of steak.
I would like 7 pounds of steak.
7 pounds of steak. You got it, Buster. Step right up to Pierre's Butcher Shop. I got all the blood you need.
You should get for Halloween one year. You should go as a butcher, like with blood splattered, apron and everything. That'd be perfect.
A vegetarian butcher with all the zucchinis hanging from.
Yes, and mangled tofu hanging from my locks.
Mangled tofu hanging from your locks.
Mangled tofu would be like dreadlocks, but tofu locks.
Yeah,
I like it.
All right,
Actually, I
we're cooking
don't,
with
but
gas
anyway.
now, mustard.
Oh my God.
Please welcome the one and only Mr. John Travolta to our studio. Good morning, John.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Nice to see you.
You sound good.
Thank you. I feel good. I feel very good. You know what? As I was introducing you, and I said, welcome to Philadelphia, you shot a film here in Philadelphia.
I did. I shot Blowout.
Yeah.
Which is a Brian De Palma great movie.
Yeah, thank you. I agree.
So this movie, we want to talk about The Fanatic, which is, I started watching it, I wanted to go into it cold, and it's a big departure for the kind of roles that you play.
Mm-hmm.
It's a horror suspense, but it also takes a peek inside the world of TMZ and fandom run Fanatical. And your character is very unique. And from what I understand, the character was written with you in mind. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was. Fred Durst from the Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
He wrote it, and he directed it. And I will say that he is quite inspired as a director and as an actor even.
Right.
And he helped quite a bit. He would improvise with me prior to the takes, and he designed this character, and I understood it because I am a fan. I'm a fan as much as we all are. And I think if you don't understand that, whether it's sports or whether it's the arts or icons or whomever you admire, you can't do this kind of role.
It's funny because, John, because I collect things. I have I'm a massive movie fan. I'm a huge fan of yours as well. And there's something that, and it's your character exemplifies in the movies. So just to be able to get the tactile sensation of touching something that a celebrity or there's this bizarre thing. I remember it's odd, as I was watching the movie, I was thinking the story that Gene Siskel of Siskel and Ebert, it was very important for him to own the white suit that you wore on Saturday night.
Correct.
And he owned that. It was a holy grail for him.
Yes,
so
and then Jane Fonda bought it.
Right. So
you're completely correct. But this particular guy, this character I play, is he's a man-child. He is maybe a little bit on the spectrum, which explains his irrational behavior. However, that being said, he's picked on and bullied at work, and everyone bullies him, but he's so used to it that he handles it. But when his favorite person in the world bullies him, this movie star, he doesn't know how to handle it. He gets confused. And when he gets confused, he does really odd things. And you'll see in the film that he goes over the line, but so does the movie star.
Yeah, and
the movie star goes over the line equally as well, by torture.
And his inability to pick up on social cues, it takes it down a path where it's like, oh no.
Correct.
And I got to tell you, John, the entire time while watching this movie, I don't think there was a moment where something on my body wasn't clenched.
Yeah.
Whether it was my hands or my mouth or even my butt cheeks. I mean, I was just like, it was tense.
Well, because
the
it's
whole thing.
Nothing times up. The point when you finally get to have this moment with Hunter Dunbar's his name is the character. He has a bad experience, and you just happen to come upon him at that time, and it never syncs up right. So that starts.
That's correct. It's also a movie about bad timing.
Yeah, and then some.
Because if he had just been in the right mood and had his autograph, he would have been over.
Yeah.
But of course, then we wouldn't have had a movie.
Yes.
But what I thought was brilliant was that I loved that your character before all that started to happen. So I almost felt bad, and I was like, well, it's not that bad that he's doing some of these things, But then it progresses into the movie. But you really made me love that character before you found out the other stuff.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted him to be loved because I feel like everyone is a little bit of the character Moose. We all have a little Moose in us. It's just how far do we take it? And if we didn't have Moose in us, how would we be, ourselves to create an effect on others?
Yeah, I might be in your plane later.
Well, Hunter Devin Sawa, is that the actor who's playing Hunter?
Correct.
Yeah. So again, nobody's all that awesome in this. Everyone's got, even his friends, or quote unquote friends, are not that good as far as friends. And I like that because that's sort of real. But I like also the peek into the side of the people who are out on the street who make money. You're dressing up as a Bobby, to pick up some money, and there are these things going on in that world that sort of, for some reason, Hollywood.
93.3 WMMR.
Just to follow up on our last conversation, somebody texted in and said, someone's actually selling the blue pig napkins on eBay. So if you were so inclined and you don't want to steal,
sure, yeah,
buy some that were stolen. How about that? You guys ready for Totally Presbo?
Oh, yeah! Totally Presbo.
All right. These are stories that I stumbled across. So we're getting towards the end of the year, and that means your enlist and things like that are popping up. I actually like them. I
do too. I love this time of year, and it's not for the holidays. It's for the end of the year list.
Yeah, so...
This is such a crock of shit.
Somebody doesn't like them.
The Merriam-Webster Dictionary has released a word of the year, and so is the Oxford Dictionary. They have separate words of the year, so I figured these would be kind of interesting to take a peek at. So among the most looked up words in the dictionary's 500,000 entries, the word that was selected for 2023, authentic.
Yes.
This was the year that ChatGPT disrupted academic integrity and AI drove Hollywood actors and writers to the picket lines. But a word that people looked up quite a bit was authentic.
So that was Merriam-Webster?
That is correct.
And then what is Oxford's?
Oxford, you want me to jump right over that?
Yeah, just I'm curious.
All right, so Oxford's...
I can guess.
Okay, go ahead.
Turd huffer?
No.
No. What does it begin with? What letter?
R.
Recalcitrant.
I knew you were going to say that.
Which is the residue around a duck's anus.
But I will tell you, it is more of a slang term as opposed to the word authentic.
Is it Riz?
It is Riz, Casey.
Wow!
Good for you. Good for you, young man.
I honestly guessed it. I didn't see
Could be
the
a
answer.
couple of blue pig napkins in your stocking.
Well,
Do you use the word Riz?
I have, yes, almost like ironically though, but I mean it is a word that the youth uses, and I know that it has come up in conversation, not ironically, but talking about, and I don't want to mention any names in particular, but but so and so has Riz, he's got charisma with the girls,
sort of game.
Yeah. And so classically speaking, this person is not necessarily like Brad Pitt hot, right? But doesn't have any problem with the ladies because he's got the Riz.
Okay.
Someone you describe as ginchy or far out.
I had seen another article this morning, and I didn't dive too much into it, but it was essentially saying that you really shouldn't try to dive into words that are way out of your generation.
I agree. If I tried using Riz in a sentence, I would immediately sound like a poser.
Right.
Like it's past me, and that's okay. I'm 48 at this point. Like I'm not going to use Riz either ironically or unironically.
Now, you should know what these mean. So you can at least understand what someone is saying if they say Riz, but you yourself shouldn't try to. Hang on just a second. Do we have an interview that we didn't plan on having?
Alfonso Ribeiro.
Oh.
Really? Really?
I want to talk to Alfonso Ribeiro.
Yeah, love that guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
We want to talk to Alfonso Ribeiro.
I think he's promoting Dancing with the Stars.
This happens from time to time.
It's the finale, right?
Do you remember the time we had Jennifer Lopez on?
Jennifer Lopez. Well, you know
It
what?
was similar as, hey, you guys want to talk to Jennifer Lopez? Why? She's on the phone right now.
Alfonso Ribeiro joins that ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alfonso Ribeiro is on the show this morning. Alfonso.
Listen, I just want you to know you all have the Riz.
We appreciate.
You're rolling with it. Don't be afraid of it.
No, you know what? You're right. We learned a long time ago. Don't be afraid of it. Just roll with it, man. It's all good. But no. So you're calling in to talk, obviously, to talk about Dancing with the Stars, correct?
Yes.
All right. So it's the big wrap
I'll
up.
let you ask the question. What part of it do you want to talk about?
Well, it's the big wrap up tonight. Now, let me just pay you a compliment because I'd sort of gotten away, but I dipped in a lot more to Dancing with the Stars this season. I think you're a very the pairing of you and Juliana Hough is terrific, and there's a lot more energy. And it seems that obviously you have your own moves. So I think the show has been on a streak lately, and I think a lot of that has to do with you. There, I wanted to pay you that compliment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think there's a lot of factors, and I think Julianne Hough and I, our chemistry this season, and the energy that we've brought back to the show is certainly, wonderful, and it's working. And we've got our great new executive producer, who was the original executive producer, and here's a guy Conrad Green, who absolutely knows the show, knows what it's supposed to be about, knows the heart of the show, and has brought a lot of that back. At the end of the day, you can sit there and watch 14 contestants start out the season, and you roll down to 5, which happens to be the first time that we've ever had 5 in the finale. And you're watching them on their journey, and it's all about the heart and about what you feel and what these people make you feel while watching people dance. It's like
it's not something that is, super special, but it can be when they let you in. And so I think the success this season has been, we've had a fantastic cast of artists who have allowed people in and enjoying themselves, and it's been going back to the original format.
Yes.
Just about a ballroom show.
Alfonso, I hate to bring this back to Riz, but how do you bring like charisma and excitement? Like, that's your job, right? To host and come out and be excited about it. But what do you do to like psych yourself up before every taping or before every live episode to like make sure that you're going to do a great job as host?
One of the things that I do is I go in the day before when everyone is actually doing their rehearsals. And I just kind of hang out and watch and get to see what's going on and feel it and really get to know the contestants, right? If you think about just standing there on that stage, you get 2 minutes with them, right? And that's not enough time to create a camaraderie, create energy between two people, right? And so I'm there all week long, not all week long, but the day before, all day long, hanging out with them and getting an energy. And so when I get to showtime, there's a feeling for the show and a flow for the show that I automatically have felt because I've been there with them, watching them rehearse. So if they did a great rehearsal, but then they come in and on the show, on the actual performance, they mess up, right? I know that it's just scores, and if they do an even better performance than they did in rehearsals and it comes up, I can enjoy that excitement with them, right? So I'm with them, along with them on that ride, and so that ride allows the show to have a flow to it that the audience knows where we're going. Because it isn't just them feeling it, I'm feeling it with them.
Well, and also a lot of the show is predicated on the journey of all the dancers and all of the pain and the sweat and the behind the scenes of them rehearsing. And so you get a sense that it helps that we feel you're more invested in it than just simply coming in and reading copy.
Absolutely, and I am more invested in it because I don't have to come in. The executive producer constantly goes, you don't have to do this. I'm like, I know that, but I'm doing this because it makes it better, I think, on the night when I'm feeling it and they're connected to me and there's an energy and a lot of times we all have a feeling at home when we're watching something that we don't even know that we're feeling it or why we're feeling it, but yet we still are feeling it. And so that's the stuff that I think, for me as a host, is important.
So will this be the official first time the Len Goodman Mirror Ball Trophy will be issued?
Absolutely, yeah. This is our first Len Goodman trophy, and we've got Charlie D'Amelio, who won the last non-Len Goodman trophy. She's going to be handing the trophy off to our new champion, and it's going to be wonderful, and it's a great honor for the incredible Len Goodman. He was the backbone of this show, especially from the judging perspective, and he's been incredibly sorely missed here, and we're happy that we get to honor him with this trophy.
And who are the finalists that we're going to find out the one champion comes from the group of tomorrow?
Well, all five of them can win for any reason. We've got Allison Hannigan, Sochi Gomez, Ariana Maddox, Charity Lawson, the Bachelorette, and Jason Mraz. So any one of them can win this, and it's really, I think it's the closest it's been in many, many years where we simply don't know which one's going to win. They could all win for different reasons, and we wouldn't be pissed because they all kind of deserve it.
As a Buffy the Vampire Slayer fan, I'm going with Allison Hannigan.
I'm with Allison, too. Yeah.
But no, it is very cool. It's also very cool. A good part of the show, which is I think they're accentuating a little bit more, is watching the camaraderie of past winners and participants there watching all the time. I think that the familial sense of the show, I think, is what makes it resonate more. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does. It's always wonderful when you have the people from the past coming back. It means that it actually had an impact on their lives, right? Because we're not paying them to show up. We're not telling them to show up. They show up because they want to be there. And it really feels like a family. It's coming home. It's a reunion. All those things really make you feel something. And they've all gone through, including myself, through incredible journeys. And what the show does for you emotionally, mentally, physically, really opens the door to where you want you want to experience it some more, and the only way you can do it is experience it with someone else, right? Watching the next person get to do it, and I'm testament to that, right? Like my season was 10 years ago, and here I am coming back, and now I'm back hosting the show. So it has this great energy, and we might have some surprises coming back.
Okay.
This Tuesday night.
Well, we can't let you go without asking. I'm going to ask you on Preston's behalf, what would be a great golf gift to give this year to the golfer on your list?
Well, for me, I always think, the golfers who don't really play very well, they go lots of balls. So let's get them balls.
I told you guys.
Right?
You can never go
There
wrong
you
with
go.
golf balls.
Yeah.
Ever. Excellent. All right. Well, listen, Alfonso, thank you. Thank you for the call, man. Tomorrow night, the finale. It is at 8 p.m. on ABC. You cannot miss this. So, the Dancing with the Stars finale. Always great to talk to you, man. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, guys. And the show has plenty of riz.
Love your riz, buddy. All right, Alfonso Ribeiro.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right.
It's no problem. He's good. He can roll with it.
Little missed date.
No, I just didn't put it in the calendar. The email came over of the confirmation during show, and what I usually like to do is mark the email unread so I can go back to do it later, and I didn't mark it unread, and
that's all right. It's all good. He's
my system is near flawless, guys.
He rolls with it.
It's what decades plus. We're doing okay.
All right, back to Totally Presbo.
Yeah, what were we saying?
Yeah, we're gonna
Totally Presbo.
So the Merriam-Webster word of the year was authentic. The Oxford Dictionary's word of the year is riz.
Yeah.
And so in a release, Oxford said riz was chosen by the language experts at OUP as an interesting example of how language can be formed, shaped, and shared within communities before being picked up more widely. It speaks to how younger generations create spaces, online or in person, where they own and define the language they use. They said that it's likely that more words derived from social media and internet culture will be used in everyday language over time. Words and phrases are being shared via social media and catching on so quickly that they are surpassing previous linguistic trends and are becoming mainstream much quicker. So it used to take a while, but now something
Social
can happen
media.
very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you have a conduit out to many people who start employing it quickly.
That's how Riz became a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going back to authentic now from Webster's, they said, although clearly a desirable quality, authentic is hard to define and subject to debate. Two reasons it sends many people look it up in the dictionary. For a word that we might associate with a certain kind of reliability, authentic comes with more than one meaning. It's a synonym for real, defined as not false or imitation, but it can also mean true to one's own personality, spirit, or character. And sneakily, it can also mean conforming to an original so as to reproduce essential features. The dictionary said an additional 13 words stood out in the 2023 lookup data. A few of them have direct tie-ins to the year's biggest news stories. So those words are coronation, dystopian, EGOT, implode, doppelganger, covenant, kibbutz, elemental, and indict. We're all amongst those.
Yeah, I can see all those.
Yeah.
I always wanted to, the kibbutz experience.
Just hanging out in the kibbutz.
Kibbutz always seemed interesting, like that sort of communal, and you'd say, that's kind of a romantic thing. And I'm sure you'd be there for about 4 hours and go, get me out of here.
You know what I always think of when I hear the word kibbutz?
What?
Is Best in Show, Harlem Pepper.
Oh, yeah.
At the very end, he goes to Israel.
Yeah.
And he's just hanging out and just lounging out in the kibbutz. I was on an LL flight. So, yep. All right. So those are the words. In case you're curious.
They had some sort of big banquet. I'm sure all the words showed up.
Yeah. You know, especially Riz.
Right, Riz was there
dressed
and
to
looking
the
good.
nines. It was like the Met Gala.
I think the joke on SNL over the weekend was that if you have to look up the definition of the word Riz, you have no Riz.
Yeah.
All right. Good point.
Totally Presbo.
All right, this one I couldn't wait to share with you guys. All right. So contestants on The Family Feud had to undergo herpes tests.
What?
During Richard Dawson's time on the show, according to a new book that came out, A History of Showbiz.
That's terrific.
It's called Outrageous, A History of Showbiz and the Culture Wars.
This explains why I saw a number of videos popping up that were collections of Richard Dawson kissing contestants.
There you go.
That has to be the tie-in.
Richard, who hosted the game show from 1976 to 1985, had a penchant for kissing female contestants on the mouth.
In a really creepy way.
And this caused fans to raise concerns about the health and safety of them.
There is the footage of the one where he's kind of like leaning on the table,
Yes.
and then they just kind of kiss over and over again. You know what I'm talking about? It's like,
it's gross.
It was kind of creepy. There was sort of, you smell like licorice. It was sort of creepy back then, and much was made of it. But that was sort of his thing. He was a very popular host.
A letter that was quoted in the book from the Philadelphia Daily News.
Wow.
Said, as a physician, I have worried about the risks Richard Dawson takes in kissing every female contestant on The Family Feud. The diseases that could be transmitted by promiscuous kissing are too long and too loathsome to recount here. Does Dawson or the producers take any caution to prevent infection? Are any of them informed? New safety measures. By the way, after that letter was published, new safety measures were put into place.
Well, could you imagine this happening today?
No. There was a brief period where Alan Ludden on the Password show would give hand jobs to all the male contestants.
Oh, my God.
No, but there is
it was just, people were like, what am I seeing here?
in Pig and a Poke and the European Vacation.
Yep.
Yeah.
The game show host, it was Gomez Adams, whatever that guy's name is.
It was, God almighty. Now,
Aston.
John Aston.
Yeah, John Aston. He makes out with Audrey, just straight up makes out with her.
So contestants, both male and female, had to undergo a mouth test with a magnifying glass for medical staff. Also included quotes from contestants and viewers of Family Feud during Richard's time as host. Several game show fans were repulsed, apparently, and one viewer reportedly complained that Richard Dawson spreads more bugs every week than a flu epidemic.
By the way, he could have done, if he wanted to, he could have done sort of a more continental cheek kiss, but it was always on the lips.
I was just looking up his history. He passed away in 2012, but he hosted Family Feud from the mid-'70s until the '80s, and he was single that whole time.
Yeah.
He's not married. He got divorced in 1967, and they got remarried in 1991. So it's not like he was cheating or being, a philanderer or anything like that. It's just being incredibly overly flirty.
But a lot of times, he was kissing women who were standing right next to their husbands.
Right, yeah.
That's the other thing.
Or the teenage daughters in the family.
You gotta shoot your shot, man.
If you want to see him depicted, look at the movie Autofocus, because he was obviously in Hogan's Heroes with Bob Crane. And he was known back at that point to be a
ladies' man.
Ladies' man,
yeah, for sure. By the way, Kathy, you had mentioned it was a different time. So in this article, it says in the comments section, people will say things like, well, it was a different time. That's the way men were back then. It was a different time. People weren't so insensitive. But this is evidence to the contrary, that all kinds of people were complaining about it.
I remember that.
Richard once said in an interview that he began the tradition in order to calm the nerves of women appearing on Family Feud.
Sure.
And there was a woman who was so flustered that she couldn't even name a vegetable. And I said, I'm going to do something that my mom would do to me whenever I had a problem of any kind. And then he said, I kissed her on the cheek. And I said, that's for luck. And she said, asparagus.
Aw.
So he helped her in that way. But I guess it eventually made it way around to the lips.
So Chuck Woolery, Chuck Woolery was the original host, right, of Wheel of Fortune?
Of Wheel of Fortune, yes.
Right. He used to have full intercourse with all the female contestants.
Oh.
Yeah, to calm them down.
On camera?
Yeah, on camera.
Wow. So he added that ABC eventually told him that he had to stop kissing the women.
Don't do that.
While many fans complained about his antics, Richard claimed that he received thousands of letters supporting his smooches to the women on the show.
Oh, yeah. I like that. Keep doing that.
I don't watch Family Feud all that much, but for some reason it was on last week, and I got to watch the, whatever they call that, the Showcase Showdown at the end. And the first woman, I think she got 12. I was like, how is that even possible? Your family picked you. Yes. Your family picked you as like,
the
as
person,
an all-star,
yeah.
and you got 12.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a tough one.
Answer is
I'm not finished.
So I thought that was kind of interesting, a little peek into, the way he was being perceived and the fact that they actually had to have herpes tests done.
How
before they would do it.
disgusting.
How close to his actual persona do you think his character in Running Man is?
Probably pretty close.
Right?
Probably pretty close.
Oh, meaning that he was maniacal and all that?
No, not necessarily maniacal, but
Kind of a scumbag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I heard you hear things, you know?
I remember seeing a little expose on that show one time. It was it might have been on VH1 or something like that. But anyway, they were talking about in his last year or two that he started speaking very quietly, and it said, looking for something you would do around the house. Like he was talking like that low, and they were like, Richard, we can't hear you.
Hey, name me something you would find in the butcher of Bakerfield's house. Is it reality or I'm in that movie still? But he started that. He would always do that, I think, to draw people in.
Yes.
And it got a little crazy after a while. If you can't hear what you're saying,
All right. I'm going to give you guys, and don't look at the screen.
Oh, okay.
The 6 hosts of Family Feud. Obviously, we're covering Dawson.
Richard Dawson. There was
Ray Combe.
Yeah, he committed
suicide.
Steve Harvey. That's 3.
Yep, that's 3.
Louis Anderson.
Very good.
And then the other one, I don't know.
You got 2. I'll give you a hint. One of whom was just on our show in person not that long ago at Camp Out for Hunger.
It was
John O'Hurley?
Very good.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah. And then there's one more who was in a sitcom. This one I had completely forgotten. You know him better, much better for his role on a sitcom.
Oh, wait. The dude from Home Improvement.
Very good.
That bearded guy.
Richard Gere.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he played Al, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was that the character's name?
Tom Sizemore was like a tryout. No.
Oh. All right. Let's go to something else here.
Totally Presbo.
So apparently December 1st is not the best day to put your Christmas tree up, according to experts who say people should hold off a little bit for decorating. And according to the experts at Christmas Tree World,
losers,
traditional Advent begins on the 4th Sunday before Christmas, which means the perfect date can vary from November 27th to December 3rd. This year it falls on December 3rd, yesterday, which means that is the perfect day to kick off the celebration.
That's what we did.
I put it up the week between the week after or the weekend of Thanksgiving.
Yes.
So, but I do all of my 90% of my outside decorating Thanksgiving weekend, and then I start inside.
If December 1st hits and my tree is not decorated, I feel like I've fallen behind.
Really?
I want to die. It keeps looming over you like.
I get nervous.
And besides that, you want to enjoy it.
Yes, I'm missing out on my enjoyment of staring at my tree.
Yes, I have a camera on my tree right now.
Wait,
security.
Jace threw this in my face yesterday. So we decorated the tree together. Kind of. I was like, oh, let me move that ornament.
Yeah, you stink.
No, so I will decorate, and then I'll sit down and I'll look at the tree and I'll try to find holes in the tree or where I need to move some things or if there's 2 ornaments that are similar next to each other or whatever. And so I sat down and he's like, and he had tried to walk away. I was like, no, come on, we're decorating the tree. And he's like, well, look at you're just sitting there. I said, I'm looking at the tree. I'm trying to take it all in. I'm going to get back up and continue to decorate. So then he sat down later and I go, come on, we're decorating the tree. He goes, I'm just sitting for a minute. I'm looking at the tree. I was like, all right.
There's your Frankenstein monster.
There you go.
You created him.
According to Christian rules, there's also a perfect day to pull down the decorations, and that is the 12th day of Christmas.
Kathy has done it on the actual day of Christmas itself when she found out there were a whole bunch of bugs.
No, it wasn't bugs. The tree had completely died, and it was so depressing. It was like wilted. The needles were everywhere. It was the year Santa brought the cats, and so I was like, the cats were all over the tree. I'm like, get this thing out of here. Yet Christmas Day, I pulled that tree out of my house.
I am so jealous of Preston's Christmas tree. I wanted to so badly invest that money. It's an expensive tree, but man, does it look awesome. Are you having fun? Oh, wait.
Yeah, and we've only got 15 more years of payments before we and we actually own it.
But if you think about
you
it,
can do the kinetic lighting patterns
Yeah,
with that sort of tree that he has, which is really cool.
Hey, Connor, real quick, because Connor works at Wiggins Tree Farm. How much is a regular tree, like a I don't know, a decent sized tree these days? Is
Like
it
a
like
$9 footer.
$100? $100. Okay. So we used to be a real tree family, and we're not. But if you think about it, like I don't know, like if a tree costs you $400, a fake tree,
Does
like
anyone
the one
hear?
that Preston has.
Okay.
His was not $400. I know the tree Preston got.
Yeah, but no, I see what you're saying. I think it's worth it. I
Well,
think
that's what I
it's
said-
absolutely
that's
Over
what I
the
said
amount of
last-
years you're going to have
Yeah,
it,
the amount
it
of
works
years
out.
That's
we're
what I
gonna
said
have
when
it,
we-
and the fact that we don't have to do anything, deliver and taking it from one. Don't have to go somewhere and get it and put
You
it
don't
on the
have to
car and bring it back.
Find a
undo
home
it.
for the 200 praying mantises.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Case, that's what I said last week when I found the fake tree that I wanted. I said it would have been like over 30 years of a real tree for it to pay off to get the one that I wanted.
I've gone back and forth on real versus fake a million times in my life, and growing up, it was always real trees. But I saw something that kind of grabbed my attention a week or two ago, which is the environmental benefits of a real tree, because if you get a fake tree, and I own a fake tree, so I'm sure that I'm a hypocrite, but if you get a fake tree, it's going to be in a landfill and it's going to stick around as plastic on this planet forever. If you get a real tree, at least it's been grown. There are jobs attached to people working that farm, and that it can be recycled afterwards.
And bugs can live in it.
Well,
That's
yes.
good.
I mean, there's always upsides and downsides.
That's an upside.
But
some worker had to make that fake tree too.
There's jobs there too. I was thinking the
Absolutely.
same thing. I did find 2 spiders in the tree, and I slightly, just a little bit,
You thought you were going to get out of this, didn't you?
freaked the hell out.
Sitting back there, commanding your kid to put the tree together.
It's part of the deal.
There's another thing, Kathy. I saw this tied to this story. Apparently, a new trend has taken over for holiday tree decor.
Okay.
Do you know what it is?
Is it colorful?
No.
Oh, okay.
Bows.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Say
Yes.
goodbye to bulky ornaments, and now bows are more. Of
I
a
don't
thing.
like the straight up bow thing. I'm an ornament guy. With my wife does the ribbon wrapped around the tree. Which I like very much. We are and this is of course a conversation that we'll be having many times before the holidays. But we do the white lights in the tree, and then outside is the colored lights.
Yeah, the bows are like the smaller bows, and they're putting them all over the tree. So
I was thinking differently then.
Yeah,
So, okay,
well,
yeah.
remember the one big bow that was
Yeah,
almost
yeah,
the
yeah,
tree
yeah,
topper, and then the ribbon would fall down
Right,
the
yeah.
edge, the outside of the tree. This is
Separate ornament bows.
It's
All right.
smaller bows all over the tree, and some of the women are going nuts and like just buying the ribbon and making all of the bows themselves.
Yeah.
There's tons of video out there of like how to make the perfect bow.
Hell of a lot of wine.
So the one tree that we did end up getting, we got it at Big Lots, and the bottom string of lights are already out. They're a year old, and so like that's why I'm saying invest.
So
you spend the money.
I always if you can afford something that's more, that's a better quality, you're going to get more out of it. That's the way that I feel about a lot of things.
We got the tree that we currently had inside and have had for a couple of years. We got it at the Boscov's outlet. And it still looks great. It lights up. All the lights are preset in it. We only do the white lights, so we don't need the rave sort of thing going on. And it hooks up really nicely. So, and that was $250, $300.
Yeah.
I mean, it was on discount, so you can do okay.
There was a time in my life where it was a family event to go out and cut down a tree.
Yes.
And I really missed that part of my life. We went to a place called Wetherall's, which I don't think exists anymore. But Steve,
Is that the Pine Barrens?
No, that's where the free trees exist.
State parks are where you find your free.
No. Wetherall's you had to pay for, Preston. That was the only downside is they charged you when you walked out. But Steve, no, there was like this barn at the end of it, and they would serve up hot chocolate to everybody coming
that's
through.
awesome.
And it was just
That's a Hallmark movie.
It was kind of like Clark Griswold walking in the woods and finding the perfect tree or whatever. But it really, like for me and my younger brothers and my mom and dad to go and do that every year, and then get it up on the roof of the car. It was fun. It was
It's a
really
good thing
cool
a lot of
family
people
memory.
replace that experience with, Nick. They'll go out and they'll shoplift together as a family.
Why not?
Yeah.
All right. So anyhow, those are a couple of updates in Christmas trees this time of year. All right, let's go.
Totally Presbo.
This is another thing I was kind of sitting on for a little bit. I wanted to share this with you guys. So I took a flight yesterday. I was coming back from Florida, and actually, it ran late. We ended up leaving like 45 minutes late. flying from Tampa to here. The people who had connecting flights, like the plane didn't even stop, and they were getting up and ready to run off of the plane because
I hate
there
that.
were a lot of them, like almost like half of the aircraft. I felt bad for these people, and they're waiting as we're trying to get them off, and I couldn't help but think about if they had checked their bags. What kind of a snafu that's going to be, because then you got a good chance of losing baggage when that happens. And I saw this story last week, and I did not know this, but it's about unclaimed baggage. Unclaimed. They lose your baggage. They never reconnect with you. It's totally separated from you, or people don't come and get it.
So it's in luggage purgatory.
Yes. The number of mishandled bags can reach into the millions each year. But the question is where does it all go when flyers don't come back looking for them?
Good question.
Yeah. And many may not know this, but that unclaimed luggage actually ends up at one single solitary place. It's called Unclaimed Baggage, and it's a huge store in Scottsboro, Alabama. It is the final destination for every single suitcase lost by an airline in the United States that is not reclaimed by its owner.
So let me ask you, do they set up like a Goodwill type of situation where they empty the luggage?
You can go and buy there. Yes.
Right.
This enormous store covers an entire city block. It's 50,000 square feet.
Do they open up the luggage, or is it like you get what you get?
It brings in, I don't know, let's read and find out. Yeah. It brings in a staggering 7,000 items a day.
Oh my gosh.
How do you?
Hold on. Wait, but I don't understand. Wait, who doesn't go back for their stuff?
Some people don't.
Pierre.
Yeah. Forget it.
Great point.
Unclaimed baggage isn't your average store. It's an organized trove of lost items, almost like a department store.
Okay.
From clothes, shoes, and books, all the way to unexpected treasures like musical instruments, sporting goods, and even wedding dresses. All items are up for sale at discounted prices, Steve.
I wonder how significant those discounts are, because we're looking at Chanel perfume, we're looking at designer bags, we're looking at earbuds and everything.
To be honest, this might be worth a trip down there. You know what I mean?
So when you're flying back, you can lose it in the luggage.
But you might find something awesome for.
Yeah.
I wonder how cheap it is, Steve. I'd have to look more into
that
it.
in these videos.
All right, stop. It said $39 for earbuds, I believe.
So it says here, its electronics department, nestled in the mezzanine, is a popular stop among customers. It houses a vast collection of cell phones, laptops, tablets, and headphones. Anything that can be packed in a suitcase. Rest assured, all electronics have been wiped clean to remove any personal data.
Update: the earbuds, which are Beats, are $139, which is not a massive
Well, I wonder
savings.
what do they sell for? I'm gonna see if I can find out.
That depends.
Beats earbuds.
According to an employee, Sonny Hood, nearly every type of item or product has made its way into the store. This ranges from ski equipment, snowboards, and a bountiful number of skateboards, all the way to a horse saddle and a motor that can be attached to a kayak or a canoe. So that's how obscure those things get.
Any price on that yet, Kevin?
Yeah, those ones that they're showing in this video that are going for $140 sell normally for about $200. They're on sale right now for $180.
Okay.
It's a bit of a savings.
Yeah. Scottsboro is only a 12-hour drive, guys.
That's it?
Yeah.
We're not driving.
We can be back before tomorrow.
Northern Alabama.
What is it near in Alabama?
It's near Chattanooga in Tennessee. So if you get to Chattanooga, head south.
Okay. According to Hood, airlines generally make significant efforts to reunite lost luggage with their rightful owners with a success rate of 99.5%. However, given the massive scale of daily air travel, even a tiny percentage of unclaimed bags can accumulate quickly. 7,000 items per
Quick
day.
question, and this may be in the article, maybe you're unaware of this. Do they sell these things online?
I don't think so.
Or do you have to purchase them in person?
Good question, Steve. It doesn't indicate that here. The unclaimed bags, after the airlines have reimbursed the customers, are purchased by Unclaimed Baggage through exclusive contracts. Rarely, though, some items do find their way back to their original owners. Unclaimed Baggage CEO Brian Owens recounted an unusual event where a mysterious shipping container found its way to the store. It contained a stolen guidance system from a fighter plane.
My God.
Which was returned to the Navy.
So you wonder here if there is a profit motive for luggage to go missing. It doesn't seem like there is, or that's a big worry of the industry as a whole. But right, I mean, you could work out a system where, you know what I'm saying, where luggage could conveniently go disappearing if it looks like it's going to have something that would sell.
No. In another instance, a camera from a space shuttle was returned to NASA.
That's cool.
I want that.
Beyond everyday items and curiosities, unclaimed baggage has seen its share of genuinely unusual relics, like a centuries-old violin, ancient Egyptian artifacts, and even a suit of armor. As a result, the organization set up a mini museum to display these oddities, making it a popular tourist attraction that draws over 1 million visitors every year from all across the country.
How do you not claim a suit of armor?
Yeah. I don't know.
There's
Is it just a frivolous? I'd just like to take my suit of armor on trips.
There's a giant puppet from the movie Labyrinth from Jim Henson's shop. It's called a Hoggle, and that's in this little museum as well.
Wow.
And yes, Preston, I'm just reading through some of this article as well. Steve, apparently 95.5% of all luggage is claimed every year. However, the 0.5 that isn't, that's a huge amount. And that's enough for this store.
Wow.
It's insane.
Yeah. I had no idea that this all goes to
one place.
One place. Thought it was kind of interesting. All right, that's it. That's all we have time for. I'm Totally Presbo.
Totally Presbo.
We're going to take a break. We're going to come back. We get some B-Files stories. Our buddy Paul Eisenberg is here.
Yes.
From Bringing Hope Home, a wonderful organization with a really cool event coming up. So we'll spend some time with him as well and be back in a moment. Stay put.
In a seedier fashion always appeals to me. It's like a Raymond Chandler sort of.
Well, also maybe that's a bit of the truth.
Yeah. But in a way, that's sort of, that's almost sort of enticing too. That bizarre aspect.
Yeah, I love how L.A. is depicted in this film. I think it's very real and tragic almost. You know.
I thought in watching the movie at first, and now seeing you today, I probably know it's not the case, but I thought maybe you would cut your own hair. For the role?
No, it was really cool because I said, when I loved the script and wanted to do it, I said to Fred Durst, what do we do about how he looks? I mean, the Hawaiian shirt was an obvious kind of choice. There's bad shorts and bad sneakers and all that. But I said, what about the hair and the look? And he said, well, what do you think about mullets? And I said, I don't know. It's overdone. And he said, well, there's a lot of different kinds. Would you care to look? So I looked on the internet, about 100 different types, and boom, suddenly there was this dude, with the exact haircut Moose has, with glasses. And I texted it to Fred, and I said, I found the look. I found it. And he said, I agree. This is the right way to go.
I have to tell you, I was at it, and when I saw this character of Moose, I've told you guys this story. I was at a convention one time, one of these conventions. I am a real fan like this, not Moose level, and Adam West was there, the original Batman.
Man,
so everyone's
Adam
there.
West.
There was a guy who looks exactly like your character in this knapsack, the whole thing, the backpack. With about 50 cans of Fresca in that thing, and that same sort of delivery. And you work on this character with that, Mr. West, and he's sort of that thing. And so your heart sort of that this is not just a hobby; it's his life.
And there is a difference. There's the professional fan that usurps signatures and sells them.
Right.
And then there's the guy that ain't selling nothing.
Yeah.
And is going to keep it. And that's Moose. Moose is not getting rid of any of his memorabilia at all. So how do you detect the difference? I don't know.
Yeah.
But definitely there is a difference.
And you're known to be fan friendly. When the opportunity is right and that person does approach you
respectfully.
Respectfully. Do you know what you're giving them? I would think this is a very special moment for them.
Absolutely. And I grew up being a fan, so I understood.
Right.
And I remember a very famous movie star who will remain nameless, but he kind of, just discarded my. This is before I was famous, and I decided that if I ever became famous, I would never do that. So I lived by that motto, But again, how do you navigate the line of privacy and?
Yeah,
it is a tough line because, and again, with people who approach you, and we always think in that. Listen, we're on local radio, but whatever the stories, if somebody comes up. it's, every time the edict is you shake hands, you say hi, you do the deal, because that's an important thing. And sometimes as what happens with Hunter, the star in this, he lets his life cloud his remembering, because it starts off with a quote from him, "I'm nothing without my fans," but he doesn't abide by that.
Well, sometimes there are good people that are bad celebrities.
Yeah.
Let's face it.
Right.
So my cure to that always has been, don't go out unless you're in the mood for it.
That's good. Good rule. Yeah.
Are you in the frame of mind if you go out to dinner to be interrupted, bothered, whatever, take pictures? And if you are, go out.
Yeah.
If you're not, that's just part of the very small price you pay for this glorious life that we have.
Well, case in point, in 1996, you met a nice 21-year-old young man in Beverly Hills, California, and I had a job at the time where I was driving around cars for Enterprise Rent-A-Car in Beverly Hills, and I saw you, and the only thing that I could think to say was, "Oh my God, that's John Travolta," and you came over and you looked me in the eye just like you did 10 minutes ago and shook my hand and said, "Hi, it's very nice to meet you." And then you went about your day, but you couldn't have been more pleasant. And I've heard countless stories of how kind you are to people, and it's not hard to be nice. And I think people just lose sight of that. It's really easy to just be a decent, nice person to everybody else.
Let's face it, what you resist, you become. The more you withdraw from it, the worse it gets. So just, own it.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to tell you, on the shaved head thing, I endorse it 100%.
You look good.
I spin it. There's a movie that I love of yours. A lot of people are not familiar with it. They should be. It's From Paris with Love.
Oh, hell yeah.
And damn, you are the baddest badass in that movie. Preston, this movie will rock your world.
Okay, I haven't seen
and John is amazing in it. Who's the director of that?
That's the guy that did oh gosh, you've tested me now.
Yeah, he's great. He's done a whole bunch of stuff that's similar.
Fantastic.
But did you enjoy making that film?
I loved it.
Yeah.
Because they were demanding stunts and action that I've never, had done before, and I had to do them myself. And I loved the badass character. He was just whatever. He was bold.
Yeah.
Pierre Morel, is that it?
Yes, there's
Pierre
some
Morel.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Well, I looked it up.
You've
so.
saved me.
What would you prefer, stunts or dancing?
Dancing.
Come on.
Any day.
Well, did Pitbull inspire?
Yeah, he's my buddy.
He's your buddy. You're in a video of his.
I love my Pitbull. He's. I met him 3 years ago just to reach out and tell him, how much as a fan.
Right.
And then he's such a brilliant entrepreneur. He got thinking about it, and he said, maybe I should have put him in one of my videos dancing, because nobody's dancing very much anymore.
Right.
He does, but nobody else really. So I thought, well, hell, I'll join him. And
I think Christopher, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think Christopher Walken has danced in every single movie, even if it's for just a quick shuffle step. I think in every single role he's ever done.
Got a Broadway history. Music. Yeah,
and you danced with him in Hairspray.
I certainly did.
Yes.
He played my husband.
That's right.
So I wanted to ask you, because you had 3 movies in a row that I really loved of yours, and it started with Wild Hogs. I can't believe I loved it as much as I was laughing out loud.
It's a funny movie.
It is a funny movie. It really is. It surprised me with how funny it was. I don't know if that's a backhanded compliment or whatever, but
no, it's a funny movie, and who would have thought a bunch of old guys in motorcycles would be that funny?
But your character as Edna Turnblatt in Hairspray, and I love that movie. I have songs from that movie in my iPod. You Can't Stop the Beat is a really, really great song.
Great. Yeah.
And then followed by Bolt. And speaking of songs,
he's not kidding.
I'm not kidding. I have I Nearly Lost You. It was a duet that you did with Miley Cyrus. Yes. I have that on my iPod.
Do you really?
I do. And I thought you sounded great in that. So this is a long diatribe. But what do you prefer, singing or dancing?
I'd still prefer dancing, but I enjoy singing because I did both as an early professional. In order to work in New York, you had to sing, you had to act, you had to dance. 3 chances of getting employment.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed all of them.
Yeah.
But I'm most comfortable dancing, and then probably acting and singing. I just happened to be able to hold a pretty good tune,
Well,
I had a very high, like almost a high baritone or tenor.
You still do.
Voice, yes.
You still do. I mean, in Bolt, in that song, and I would ask anybody that has an iTunes account or whatever, listen to the song if you haven't heard it before. It's the song that ends.
He's played it for us many times.
Maybe, but it's the song that runs at the end of the movie.
Well, it just seems that my voice is like. For instance, You're the One That I Want in Grease.
Yeah.
And Bolt song, there's this high, range that I sing in that it's kind of different than most people. So it's kind of identifiable as my niche or something as a singer.
I love the way you sing. You're the one that, because you're the one that I wahoo.
Yeah, a lot of yodels in that song.
A lot of yodels. So with a career as long as yours, getting back to the Fanatic,
it's biblical, yes.
It seems I never hear stories of you. There never seems to be a situation like a moose ending up. You don't seem to draw that kind of.
I don't, because I think because I embrace my fans.
Yeah.
And I actually communicate with them. There is not that urge to. I'm not a mystery as much, and I'm not a can't have.
Right.
And as soon as you become a can't have, it starts a frenzy.
So some people are calling it a horror suspense. Do you like things of the things that make you uncomfortable?
I like the ones I've done. I love Carrie. When I was a kid, I did that movie. And
was that your first major film?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, with Brian De Palma, and then we got together again for Blowout, and I certainly love that.
Which is so we work obviously with audio. It took the classic film Blow Up and made it audio.
Yes, exactly.
And so I remember thinking, and I thought with the editing and all that stuff, it actually was one of the things like I think I want to do this. But Brian De Palma is a brilliant director. Did you see the documentary on him recently?
I haven't.
He goes on about you in
Really?
it, and just nothing but accolades and working with you. But it's a really cool insight to the movie.
When did this come out? I'd love to see it.
I watched it on iTunes.
Netflix or iTunes?
It's probably all over the place.
I'm gonna have to see that one, because I love documentaries.
Yeah.
I mean, they're my favorite entertainment.
There's actually CNN is doing a good series on movies now, a documentary series, and you are figuring prominently in it as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Two things to watch.
John, I wanted to ask in The Fanatic, your character Moose mentions a couple of times somebody you've worked with before, and that's Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yes.
And
she's got two pools.
I got a kick out of hearing that, because I'm sure you guys are friends or have been over the years. Maybe it's been a while, but has word gotten back to her that, or have you heard from her that she's mentioned in that?
Not yet, but soon.
Okay.
Soon. I invited her to the premiere, so maybe she'll learn that.
Yeah. I thought, was that Fred's idea to include that, or did he write that in?
Okay. He wrote that. All the dialogue is. I improvised quite a bit, but all the primary dialogue is Fred's.
Okay.
Because it seems. But I was reading that he was working with you, sort of. Asking questions to Moose to incite responses, so that you started to think.
Well, that's
in that
the actor, and Fred he's a really terrific actor as well as a director. But he's the only director I've worked with that actually could do this. But he would legitimately improvise with me as Moose, and it got me in the frame of mind. And then I would go to each department. I go to the lighting department, the wardrobe, the makeup here, and I'd be in character, and I'd have them ask me questions. And it was like a juggernaut. And as soon as Fred sensed that I had arrived at the Moose Zone,
the Moose Zone,
boom, we would do action.
That's cool.
And it was a very, very great way to. There's nothing better for an actor to prep than for someone to ask them questions about them.
In the character.
In the character.
So that's
to think in the character.
Is that classically what we would refer to as method?
No, I'd say it's a method.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the classic method, because it is more about reliving past incidents and things. I think this is.
And you never had a mullet.
And I never had a mullet. But I do think that assuming the beingness of a character quickly is where you want to be when you do a role, and it helps you to be that when you're asked questions before you go on.
Sure.
It's nice.
You didn't have a mullet, but you did have long hair in Pulp Fiction, and I get you in my phone fairly frequently. When I'm running late to the gym, my trainer will send me a text, and it's just you doing the looking around me give in Pulp Fiction. In that role, you played such an interesting character, because you're lost a lot of the time, and you're in this haze, but you're also in this euphoria. Where did that come from?
It's a very good question, because he's a hitman, but he's also what they call a chippy, a weekend heroin addict. And I thought, well, I have no reality on that. I'm gonna have to find out. So I interviewed several heroin addicts and asked them about how they felt. And then finally one day I said, look, I'm never gonna do it, so you have to help me understand that feeling. And he said, okay, well, I really can't. But if you have to know the beginning of the feeling is get
93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. Holiday season means plenty of plumbing problems, and Horizon Services has you covered with 20% off all plumbing repairs. Plus, Horizon's pros offer peace of mind with same-day plumbing services. You can visit horizonservices.com. We'll start with this. Speaking of plumbing, a Chinese man barely managed to get off of his smart toilet with his butt intact after smoke started coming out of the toilet bowl and the whole thing burst into flames.
Wow.
Yeah, this guy...
Not so smart.
Recorded his smart toilet burning after a suspected short circuit. The incident occurred while the man was using the toilet. At first, there was a small smell of smoke. Then plumes of white smoke started billowing from the toilet bowl. And finally, just as the man got up from the toilet, the smart toilet burst into flames. Photos taken by the shocked man shows that he didn't even have time to put his shorts on before the toilet started burning. Yeah. The cause of the incident has not been revealed, but the owner suspects a short circuit sparked the fire. Similar incidents were reported in August of last year when a man woke up to the strong smell of smoke to find that his smart toilet was burning in the bathroom. And in August of this year, another man's smart toilet burst into flames for no apparent reason.
You know, my dumb toilet has never exploded into flames.
Japan has long been known as the biggest smart toilet market in the world, although the smart toilet was actually invented in the United States back in 1964, but then China was quickly catching up. So it's all the rage in parts of Asia.
How smart do you need your toilet?
I love this story, by the way. A Paraguayan government official has been replaced after it was revealed that he signed a memorandum of understanding with representatives of a fugitive Indian guru's fictional country, who also appear to have duped several other officials in the South American country.
So they made an agreement with a fictional country.
That is correct.
Right.
Arnaldo Chamorro was replaced as chief of staff for Paraguay's agriculture ministry on Wednesday, shortly after it was revealed that he signed a proclamation with representatives of the United States of Kailaza.
Kailaza.
Yes. And
our good friends from Otisburg.
On Kailaza's website, the fictional country is described as the revival of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization nation, which is being revived by displaced Hindus from around the world. It is led by self-styled guru Nityananda, who is wanted in India on several charges, including sexual assault.
Hopefully he can be tried in the fictional country.
His whereabouts are unknown. Among other things, the proclamation expressed a sincere wish and recommendation for the government of Paraguay to consider, explore, and actively seek the establishment of diplomatic relations with the United States of Kailaza and support the admission of the United States of Kailaza as a sovereign and independent state in various international organizations.
This is our ambassador from Middle-earth?
Yeah, so the revelation sparked a scandal and lots of social media mockery, but the guy has resigned his position after that happened. Well, Florida man has amassed a collection of 2,467 copies of the 1997 film Titanic on VHS.
There you go, Kathy.
He is aiming to collect 1 million of them. The Largo area man, identified as JD, said that he scours thrift stores, flea markets, and garage sales for VHS copies of the James Cameron film, and social media followers have mailed him tapes from all over the world. He said, you can't escape this movie. Everyone had it. Your grandma had it. Your mom, your dad, whoever. Someone in your family had this movie. He said he's aiming to gather 1 million copies and earn an unsinkable world record for the largest collection of Titanic VHS tapes. He said, I go to sleep thinking about Titanic, and I wake up thinking about Titanic. JD's collection extends beyond VHS copies of the film. So we also have the world's largest collection of Titanic, the soundtrack, on CD.
He says his dream is to jump off a cliff.
Yeah, he's asking people to mail their copies to him. Then this story is out of Michigan. 10 or more people overdosed at the same residence on Thanksgiving, prompting warnings from health officials about using drugs that could be laced with dangerous opioids.
Cranberry meth.
Yeah, on Thanksgiving, public safety agencies responded to a mass drug overdose at a single private residence.
Wow.
At least 10 people were found unresponsive With decreased breathing, the emergency medical response helped save lives, officials said. The response included the administration of Narcan.
How long did they just think it was the turkey?
7 people were evaluated in an emergency department. The health department suspects that people were intending to use cocaine, but were unaware of the likely co-presence of an opioid, such as fentanyl, leading to an opioid overdose.
Horrible stuff.
People who do not usually use an opioid or are unaware of its presence are more likely to suffer an overdose. Alcohol was also being used at the home, which increased the risk of the overdose. That's pretty wild. 10 people in the same shot, yeah. All right, and then one last story. Years after the legal battle over a massive Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton was resolved, the heirs of the couple that claimed the skeleton are fighting over money now.
Oh, man.
So Sue, the largest and most complete T-Rex skeleton ever discovered, was found in 1990 on the property of Maurice and Darlene Williams in the Cheyenne River Reservation in South Dakota. After legal fights over ownership, rights were resolved. Sue was sold for $7.6 million in 1997. Maurice Williams died in 2011, and Darlene Williams died in 2020, and the couple's 4 children are fighting over the second of her 2 wills. In 2017, in the 2017 will, Williams planned to give each of her daughters a diamond ring, and each of her grandchildren would receive equal shares of her estate. It named her daughter Sandra Williams Luther as the person in charge of settling the estate. But a second will from less than 3 weeks before her death names Luther as the sole heir and executor. The typed document states that Williams doesn't want her children to fight, and she hopes her death will bring harmony to the family after years of disagreement.
Yeah, not likely.
Court documents state that daughter Jacqueline Schwartz is challenging the second will, arguing that it may not be legal because her mother was critically ill when she signed it, and there were no witnesses because of COVID restrictions. And Schwartz is also challenging the sale of her mother's former home weeks before her death. So they're going to have fun fighting for the rest of their lives over all of that stuff. It all started with a T-Rex skeleton, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. We are welcoming back to our studio a good friend with an amazing organization and an event that is taking place. And we love this guy, and we love what he does. Paul Eisenberg from Bringing Hope Home.
It's good to hear from you, and thanks for having me.
Raise that microphone up a little bit.
Bring that up there. He's a tall guy.
Sorry. Thanks, Nick. Thank you guys for having us, and thanks for saying you love me. You're the 5.
Oh, thanks, buddy. No, you're the founder and CEO of Bringing Hope Home, and you guys have your Adopt a Family program, which is going on for several years now.
Yeah.
13th year, I believe.
Yeah.
And this is going on through the end of the month. So to start it off, and I know we've had you on tons of times, but we always like you to explain to people what Bringing Hope Home is.
Yes, and first of all, congratulations on a great camp out.
Oh, thanks, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, Acme's really good to us. They just helped us $100,000 gift cards.
Wow. They're amazing.
To help families through Thanksgiving, so they're just great. But it was awesome what you guys do.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
So Bringing Hope Home, thanks for asking, is a nonprofit, and we help local families with cancer, people that are in active treatment and live in our area, any type of person, any type of cancer. We pay household necessity bills for them. Rent, mortgage, utility, car payment, and food. We've helped now over 9,300 families since we started.
Wow.
And we started this after a personal experience. I lost my late wife, Nicole. It's been 20 years now. Wow. It's crazy.
Yeah. Wow.
To a long battle, and a lot of people were good to us, and we had the best of a bad situation. And my late wife didn't understand how people got through this treatment and this battle of cancer without a lot of support, and that's why we started what we started.
It comes down to that core thing.
It really does.
Lifting the weight of those obligations, which don't stop simply because your cancer has reared its ugly head. If you can free people of that and let them get down to the business of working on getting their loved ones better, or their themselves better, what a gift that is. It's so profound.
Yeah, and I know you've been through it.
Yeah.
And we...
And I had financial resources, and I was good to go. For those who are juggling that, oh my God.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And some people are on that line anyway before they get sick. And if you get diagnosed with cancer, even with health care coverage, your out of pocket could be tens of thousands of dollars a year.
Absolutely.
Time off from work, trying to get child care. And we just come in and we pay the bills directly. The families get nominated by the social worker at the hospital. They include the bills. They get nominated on the first business day of the month. And then we pay those bills directly. The family doesn't get any money from us. We pay the bills directly.
Again, I always talk about it, the weight lifted off the shoulders to take a breath and go, okay,
Yeah.
All right, because it is an avalanche effect on you, and you guys help eradicate that, which is fantastic.
Yeah, we're very blessed. Like I said, we've helped over 9,300 families since we started, and we're going to help 1,000 families this year, 385 of which are Adopt a Family program. So,
what is involved in Adopt a Family? How do you do this?
So the Adopt a Family program, you go on our website, which is bringinghopehome.org, bringinghopehome.org, and you can sign up to either A, pay bills for families and donate money for that. You can pay bills. You can pay to get gift cards, which we then send to the families for they can buy their own Christmas presents for their families. Or you can go online as a group. You as a group here at WMMR or at your church, your school, whatever it is, you can go online and register and sign up to raise money as a group and then give us the money. And then we'll give you in turn a family story. And we give about $100 per family member. So if it's a family of 4, it's $400. They get the gift cards. It's a family of 10, it's $1,000, that kind of thing.
So you can adopt on the individual level, but your company can adopt as well?
Absolutely.
And as many as you'd want?
As many as you want.
Wow, that's terrific.
Like I said, we have about 385 families of the 1,000 of families we're helping this year and need help this Christmas and holiday season.
That's excellent. Can you meet the families if you want to, or how does that work?
It's up to the family.
Okay.
What we've experienced, and you probably understand this, Steve, families going through a lot.
Yeah.
And we used to deliver the gifts directly, and then COVID happened, and everything got shut down. And now we do the electronic because that's what 90% of the families want, the electronic. Some families really want to get connected, and we have that with us, right? We can pay the bills. We stay really connected to families. Some families they're in a rough place. They just want to get through it. And
We've done this with you in the past, and we've
your
done
family, right? Case?
Yeah. We've adopted a few families a year, and we've done a whole bunch, right? We've gone in and sat down with the family. I remember praying with the family, which is really powerful.
Very powerful.
Yeah. Just amazing stuff. And again, like it's kind of like what we do with like the Camp Out for Hunger, right?
Yeah.
Like we just kind of park ourselves in a parking lot and allow the community to do good things, and that's what you're doing as well, right?
Yeah, we're very blessed. The better job we do gives people more opportunity to do great things. That's what our job is. We're a conduit to help people donate money that can get to somebody who needs it, donate skills, get to people that need it. That's our job. So we take a lot of work in that.
That's the focus.
Yeah,
and the fact that you're not, I mean, obviously your scope is wide, but it's not staggeringly wide. You know, you're able to focus and provide more comprehensive service to these families in need. And, for all the time that we've known you, obviously the work speaks for itself. I mean, there are people who have been, saved so much hand-wringing and so much. Now they've been given news that has them dealing with things they never thought they would have to deal with. To add on just the normal, requirements of daily living it's almost unbearable. And so this is great.
Thank you. We're now in a situation where, for whatever reason, the last couple of years we have people that are getting not only just one person diagnosed in the family, but we're getting married couples where both are diagnosed, or a family where a parent and a kid is being diagnosed. It's just every day.
Yeah.
You hear about this, and
it's too
we're
much.
just glad we can bring a little help to the world, a little hope to their home.
Right.
Absolutely. It goes miles without question. So bringinghopehome.org.
Yep.
And this continues through the 31st to the end of the month?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll make sure we share that information as well. But you guys do amazing work, and we love all this stuff, Paul. So we'll do what we can to get it out there.
Thank you. I appreciate you all having me.
Yeah, anytime. Absolutely. And we'll see you at the Divine Nine.
Yeah, and I'll be back tomorrow. Right?
All right, come back tomorrow. Every day this week. Thank you. Paul Eisenberg, guys. Founder and CEO, Bring Hope Home. What a wonderful organization. So help out if you can, please. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Lesson, question, trash, music, news, those things coming up. So stay with us.
And lay in a body of warm water. And he said that little bit of feeling is the beginning of that.
Did you do that?
I did that. And of course, when I'm not a drinker either, but when I did it, everyone I knew wanted to join me in the experiment. Oh, that sounds cool. When are we doing that? Wow. Okay, we are doing my character study together tomorrow night.
Man, that sounds like fun. I want to do that.
It was fun, and then from there I grew, and then with the descriptions that they told me, and I was able to design it. But that's even Quentin didn't know all the time what I was doing because he just trusted me. He said, John, why he's walking that slow, why he's talking this slow. I'll figure it out later. But
He let you go? He just let you go?
Just let me go.
Wow.
Because I think the great ones do that. Brian De Palma and Quentin and Robert Altman and Mike Nichols, all those guys I worked with all had that one thing in common. They hired you, you're 90% there. 10% is guiding you here and there.
Is that what happened? So it's Saturday Night Fever. John Badham was the director?
Yeah, he let me go because I said, Badham, you're from Texas. I'm from New York. I know this guy better.
Yeah.
So leave me alone. I'll help you with me, and I won't interfere with how you direct
It's
it.
got to be the ultimate compliment as an actor for a director to say, you got it.
It is,
Yeah.
and it's the smartest.
Yeah, yeah.
If the actor is trustworthy.
Right.
I think it's the only way to go. Because otherwise you get a mediocre performance as opposed to a kind of a higher end performance.
I want to ask you, you've worked with John Woo twice, right?
Oh, yes.
So you did Face Off and Broken Arrow. And for a guy who's so incredibly likable, you play a incredibly adroit prick in those movies. You are so evil.
I haven't figured that out yet. How is that possible?
But it seems to me you enjoyed it so much, especially with playing basically Nicolas Cage.
Yes.
With that, and you are so hilariously evil in that. Was that just a joy?
It was a joy.
Yeah.
And it was easier for me than it was for Nicholas.
Because you had to tamp down.
Well, Nicholas really had to find me somewhere, and he had a hard time finding me in the movies because I'm different in most movies. But Nicholas is very specific in his talk and his behavior, and so it was a little easier for me to grasp his side of it than it was for him to grasp my side.
So I wanted to ask you, let's get away from acting for a second. I wanted to ask you about your planes and your pilot's license. What ratings do you have, and how long did it take you to get them?
Okay, you ready for the long list?
Well, so I have a couple of friends that are pilots, and so I'm a little bit familiar with it.
Okay, I have 10,000 hours in the air.
Jeez.
It's quite a bit. I have, let's see, 12 jet ratings, 747, 707, Gulfstream, Citation, Lear, Hawker, Falcon jet, 3 different fighter jets.
No kidding.
Oh, wow.
Wait, which fighter? Because Preston and I have both flown in fighter jets.
Yeah, I went
we
up
didn't
with the
pilot it.
No, I got to fly mine alone. I went up with the Blue Angels. And,
did you?
Yeah.
How was
a
that?
media flight. It was amazing.
Did they make you sick?
I passed out and puked.
That's why I go with them, because I don't want to do that. I have too much pride to end up, doing that. But
Yeah, it was FA-18. You were in an F-16 because he was with the Air National Guard.
I wore a G suit, so I didn't pass out or get sick.
Yeah, well,
but I
that's
did pull 9
good
Gs.
for you.
Yeah.
Well, you have to tell them before. You have to say, you know what? I don't want to get sick. Please don't make me. Yeah. So that's my.
And how many years? How long did it take?
Oh God, I've been flying since I was 16.
Okay.
Really? It blows my mind when I see a shot of you sitting in the cockpit of a 707. I mean, because I know my litmus test has always been, if you've ever locked your keys in your car, you shouldn't be a pilot. So, but to me that it requires such a skill set and an attention to detail. And you just legitimately, we know about like David Gilmour as a pilot, and there are a lot of people just love it. I'm thrilled with the notion, but I would never do it because I know my own limitations. But I mean, when you get behind when you're flying a 747, are you white knuckling it, or are you just in absolute ecstasy?
No, I find that the bigger the plane, the more almost simple it is.
Really?
Yeah, and less complex. Well, it's complex in its systems, but it's, there's a lot of booster systems and boosted systems, I should say, that make it like a power steering. It's kind of effortless.
Backups.
You don't really feel the size of the plane.
All right.
In the smaller jets, you actually feel it more.
Would there be enough room for me to lay down and cry? Because that's all I have.
Yes, you can lay down and cry.
Well, being famous, you have the privilege of having private jets and being flown all over the place. When you do get into one of your jets or something, are you flying it?
Yes, for the most part, unless I'm tired, and then you shouldn't be.
Did you see there was a news story yesterday? Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s citation that went off the runway, caught on fire.
Really?
Everybody got out. Everybody was okay, but the plane was a total loss. Yeah.
Oh, I've got to look that up.
Yeah,
I think you always learn by these things.
Okay. Yeah, they're the FAA and the Safety Administration are looking at it. Speaking of aircraft, your 707 is is being donated?
Yes, I'm donating to Australia. I've had it 18 years, and I loved it, but it's getting antiquated, and it's time to give it away. So I'm donating it to an Australian museum.
Was this the one we heard? We were talking to Olivia Newton-John, and she said that she had never seen Grease, and you had her and her husband.
Yes.
Come on, or his husband had never seen.
He had never seen
and
Grease.
You actually went on the plane and watched it.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. I said, if you're going to marry Olivia Newton-John, you better see Grease.
Oh, that must have been so much fun.
It was, watching his reaction, because then he became the entertainment, watching him watch the screen, like I did with my dad with Mary Poppins when I was 10. I wanted him so badly to see it that I watched him the whole movie watch the screen.
There was a screening of Grease last night at the Mann Music Center, which is a great venue in town, and the Philadelphia Orchestra was there to perform the soundtrack, and they just do a phenomenal job of accompanying the live music with the movie, and people were just going nuts for it. I mean, the movie's nearly 40 years old, or maybe it's 40 years old at this point.
It is, and it is a phenomenon. It's really interesting to see how each generation embraces that film. Because I remember when I was little, watching Yankee Doodle Dandy or
Cagney,
watching Wizard of Oz, and they all held up, but they were only 20 years old at that time.
Yeah.
This movie's 40, and it's still like it was as though it were done last year.
Yeah, it's pretty timeless.
It's really timeless, which I'm proud of.
It's funny though, because I think there was a certain group in time where I was very aware of silent films, and it wasn't like I was around. Thank God,
yes, but they showed them on
you would see
4 o'clock movie.
Right. And you had an appreciation for it. That's a little harder to get now. But I mean, so for right now, I think a lot of people to be turned on to the movies of the 70s, which you are a part of.
Sure.
The second golden era of Hollywood.
Yes.
Because these are great movies that sit there, and when kids or younger people discover them, the light goes on. It's like, oh.
Yes,
because
the more timeless they are, the more they discover them, not only in a new unit of time, but as though they were back then.
Yeah.
And it had the same impact, because Grease and Saturday Night Fever seemingly, even Urban Cowboy, have the same impact on the new generation that it had on people then.
Absolutely.
For some reason.
Still as profound as ever. Yeah.
It seems it. Do you know?
Yeah, as I did musical theater growing up, and Grease is the one play that has always eluded me, and I always wanted to play Danny Zuko, and now
I wanted to play Sandy.
Yeah, as a 44-year-old man, that's never going to happen.
Oh,
at that point, you're Donald Zuko at that time.
I think you should do it. The Fox News group did today. They did a reenactment of Grease. They filmed it per shot.
Oh, really?
Yes. You guys could do that.
We could do that.
100%.
We've got our Sandy.
Absolutely.
We've got all our T-Birds here.
Sure. Frenchie.
I'm the lesser-known guy, Baldy. So
It doesn't matter. Just do the leather jacket. You're home.
I mean, we still, to this day, if somebody says, rock in and roll in.
And whatnot.
Of course.
It just finishes all the time.
Every single time.
Without
That's
fail.
hilarious.
Well, so just thank you for all of that stuff that you've given us over the years. It's a
stuff.
real pleasure actually looking at you in the flesh. It's you have beautiful eyes.
Really?
Man, it didn't get uncomfortable to the very end.
No, are you kidding? I'm an actor. I love compliments. Please, more.
You're dressed really nice too. And what a watch on you in the pocket square.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I've decided that we're each other's scenery, and that at some point, maybe not for yourself, but for another person, you have to be presentable.
Yeah.
So anyway.
You had a great quote on Good Morning America. You're making the round, so you were hitting those guys, and you said something I thought was a great outlook, and you said, life is art. Life is art, so appreciate it, enjoy it, and it's here for your entertainment.
Well, it is, because I think so many people don't view life as an art, but how you eat, who you spend time with, where you go, how you do it, how you dress is all part of an art if you choose to allow it to be an art. It's not just the quote-unquote arts of music and dance and sports, and it's actually how we live, what we're doing right now. Well, of course, this is an art because you're on radio performing.
Yeah.
But it's how we interact is also part of the art of life.
I love that. I love that outlook. All right. Well, if you want to see John, definitely in a role
big departure,
unlike he's ever been in, then you want to see The Fanatic. It's a great movie, and it's in theaters on August 30th. Wonderful to have you here, John. Thanks so much.
This was probably the most fun I've ever had at an interview situation. This has been awesome.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
And loved your story, Nick, and I loved your story, Casey.
Oh, my God.
Two great stories.
I want to hug you so bad right now.
Let's hear it. John Travolta, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, John. Do you remember the squirtable butter used to come in a thing?
Yeah, butter spray.
Is that what?
I
no,
can't
not
believe
spray,
it's not butter.
spray.
There's an actual like liquid, almost
Really?
like
liquidy
like the way you
butter.
dispense mustard.
It was more back in the 80s, probably. And if you had a waffle, you could go blink, 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 blink. And Chili Peppers serenade you in that drive into work today. 10:24 with Preston and Steve show. Monday morning, we're going to get one day under our belt, and then the week is off and running, is it not? How about we give something away in the meantime, all right? I'm going to do, let's see what we have here. A $50 Gabe's gift card. If you can answer this question correctly, when you eat a lot of cookies in a row, what's our new euphemism for eating way too many of them or polishing them off? 215-263 WMMR. When you eat a lot of cookies in a row, what's our new euphemism for eating way too many of them? 215-263 WMMR. Why are you shaking your head?
I don't remember.
Oh, you don't remember this?
No.
Oh, okay. 215-263 WMMR. If you know the answer, call now, and we'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Valley Forge in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. Plan your holiday shopping trip to one of Montco's shopping destinations, including King of Prussia Mall. Visit valleyforge.org for more. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, as you said earlier, Preston, Michael B. Jordan crashed his Ferrari into a parked Kia Saturday night in Hollywood. There were no signs of impairment, but Jordan did suggest that the Kia might have been drunk. Macaulay Culkin received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame on Friday. Culkin told the gathered crowd that it was just last week that he realized he could stop running from Michael Jackson.
Oh my God.
And finally, Lil Wayne is being sued by a former bodyguard who says the rapper brandished a gun and punched him in the ear. Lil Wayne says he's looking forward to his day in court and has all of his legal briefs tattooed on his face.
Nope.
Trash.
All right, we are going to see if someone happens to know the answer to the following question. When you eat a lot of cookies in a row, what is our new euphemism for eating way too many of them? 215-263 WMMR. We're going to go to Adrian. Adrian, yo, Adrian, good morning.
Good morning to see you.
Oh, good morning, it. All right, Adrian, when you eat way too many cookies, what do we call it now?
Run the sleeve.
Run the sleeve. Yes. I love that. All right, Adrian, hang on. We're going to give you a $50 Gabe's gift card. You can get huge discounts of up to 70% off of mall store prices on brands like Hurley, Realtree, Stanley, Carhartt, Disney, Bear Paw, Mattel, Fisher-Price, and big athletic brands too big to say. If it's on their wish list, you can get it for less at Gabe's. You can visit gabestores.com for more information.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Family Company and Jewelers. Get a little extra action under the mistletoe this year with a gift from Family and Company Jewelers. Family Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination, Route 70 in Marlton, or at familyjewelers.com. All right, so after 50 years of rock and roll, Kiss played their final show. Lasted 2 hours and 15 minutes. It was in New York City on Saturday night, and they announced a new era for the band. And this is going to have to be explained to me because I don't get it. They are now going forward as avatars.
Right.
So...
Like the Gorillas?
I guess. Are they going to have concerts where that's what you see on the stage?
Yes. So the same happened.
That's stupid.
It happened with ABBA. So some of them are holographic. Some of them are like the Gorillas.
Just an animation up on the screen.
It can be just an animation, or they did do the full avatar image capturing. So you could have holographic images up on stage. They've done that as well.
Well, yeah, so they've said they've created these, by using the studio tech where they wear all the things with the dots on them and all that stuff, but they recorded themselves already doing this. I mean,
you're basically going. It's like going to a laser light show. It's a gimmick, clearly.
But here's the question: is someone going to be behind the stage and put this stop motion equipment on, and they're actually playing? And what you're seeing, because that's what gorillas do,
right?
And what you're seeing played on the screen is a reflection of them actually being there, moving around, and so on. But what you see is different. You know what I mean?
That I don't know.
I don't know how they're going to use this.
There's no words on it.
I can't F it. We'll do it live. So after that last song, and we have audio of this. There was a video message that appeared on the screen that read, "A new Kiss era starts now," and that's when the digital avatars of the four members started performing "God Gave Rock and Roll to You." By the way, they're badass.
Oh, they look great.
It looks fantastic.
Gene Simmons is like this winged creature spitting fire, and everything looks pretty cool. So is it more like a concert experience?
I just don't know what they're going to do with it. All right, so here's a clip live at the show. Here we go.
The new Kiss era starts now.
Our shows are about joy.
Ich liebe euch, Kiss.
The future is so exciting. We can live on eternally. The band deserves to live on because the band is bigger than we are.
I was watching.
I can just sit in a chair.
A few more of those clips, where they're just like, we now are immortal. We will live forever and all this. I'm like, you, could you be more full of yourself?
Yeah. This band deserves to carry on for the rest of known time.
Yeah.
And
crazy.
we can do that now while I sit in the comfort of a rocking chair and sip milk
Paul,
through a straw,
as he said,
wrung out of a sponge into my open mouth.
The band deserves to live on because the band is bigger than we are. From this point on, they'll perform as digital avatars. The Avatar Kiss is already available to watch on their website. And Gene Simmons, after the show, told reporters that he performed with painful kidney stones.
That's right.
Yeah, but on a lighter note, he said...
Fun fact.
He said he choked up when he was talking about his... He got choked up when he was talking about his mother, who passed away 5 years ago, and said that she was watching from the side of the stage.
Our avatars will rock while my Beata nurse cleans my feet.
So they played their final show at Madison Square Garden in front of 20,000 fans. So
again, I'm looking for a delineation here. Is there going to be... is this the end of touring? Have they totally... is the curtain rung down on any live Kiss performances here on in, or will there be the one-offs now and then?
Oh, I believe they're done for good.
Really?
Yeah, I think I don't.
We got our goddamn avatars.
I don't see Gene. Yeah, I think they're
What do
just
I need
gonna.
to- I can just sit here.
I guess they're just gonna have. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think those guys.
Hell, I don't know.
Sorry, I've been snorting a lot more lately. I gotta stop doing that. So anyhow, what?
I think it's a pig.
Is that supposed to mean me snorting?
That's a pig. but-
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's all good.
The band never looked better though in the CGI, the representation. They look like when you were a kid and sort of fell in love with the whole presentation. That's what they've recaptured.
Yeah, it's superhero-ish.
Yeah.
You know, it's very, very cool. So, all right. Well, we'll wait and see. We'll see if there's going to be more from the Kiss news desk. Miles Goodwin, singer, guitarist, writer, producer, and leader of the multi-platinum selling rock band April Wine, passed away yesterday. He was 75 years old.
You know April Wine, right?
Oh, very much so.
I don't know if a lot of people know April Wine, but I know April Wine.
Yeah, I
do too.
I loved that band.
What's a good song from them?
Sign of the Gypsy Queen. Great song. Roller is a great song.
We have clips.
Their biggest hit is Just Between You and Me. Definitely. And Casey, pull up Just Between Me and You and Me.
I don't have that one.
Get out of here.
We should
I
have
have it
clips.
here. I have it here. Yeah.
Yeah, but we should have the whole song. Okay, here we go. Ready?
Uh-huh.
A real fuzzy guitar. The ballad.
Just between you and me, baby, I know our love will be.
You know the song, Case? Oh, man. Huge hit.
Sad, isn't it?
Came out 1981. Chopped it all up. There's a really good guitar solo in there. So yeah, he struggled with diabetes. He had a rare, serious form called labial diabetes, I think is how you pronounce that.
That's not a lady part?
No, that's a labia. Jesus, Gene.
Still here, Gene. I'm sorry. I can sit around now because my avatars are out on the road. I can join the show. I can panel, as they say.
He described it as brittle, meaning hard to control, and he had been proactive in encouraging others that may have it to take care of themselves. Pull up Roller, Casey.
I got it right here.
Love this song. And he's been proactive in encouraging others to try and take care of themselves. A founding member of April Wine from the beginning in 1969 until his retirement earlier this year. He and the band were inducted into the Canadian Music Hall of Fame in 2010. I'm currently reading, like I've said a few times lately, Geddy Lee's biography, and he mentions April Wine in there quite a bit because they were touring partners. I mean, they were,
I did not know that.
One of those Canadian bands that was from the same era, so they did a lot of touring around the countries together. So, great song.
I clearly remember this song. What about the rest of you guys?
Pull up also I Like to Rock. That's another great tune. Yeah, this was maybe in the Midwest they got played more.
Probably, but I was familiar.
Because they toured a lot in there. Yeah, hit that, Case.
Here we go.
No. I'm sorry. All right, no.
Here it is.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a great song. At the end of this song, they play a little bit of Day Tripper from the Beatles. They kind of wind it into the song. So they also had Sign of the Gypsy Queen, You Could Have Been a Lady, Tonight is a Wonderful Time to Fall in Love, and these few songs that we played for you here. So,
like straight ahead rock.
Yeah, straight ahead rock. Nice, aggressive, heavy contemporary rock and roll. So. All right, so
They should have had avatars.
One last, they would live forever.
They'd live forever.
What was the name of the guy that passed away?
His name was Miles Goodwin, singer, guitarist, writer, producer, and leader of the band. And then one last thing, David Lee Roth is releasing it. We don't have a version of this yet. A new solo version of Jump, Van Halen. It was recorded in May 2022, and it includes Al Estrada on guitar, Ryan Wheeler on bass, and Francis Valentino on drums. Sounds just like Jump. Total of 14 songs were recorded on that date, all within 2 hours. The music and vocals were tracked live with no samples or auto-tune. Roth has released 7 songs so far from that session, including Panama and Dance the Night Away. Huh.
Have you seen him interviewed lately?
No.
It is kind of weird every clip. He's not aging well.
That'd be a step up, honestly.
We're getting the good Roth tonight.
Yeah. All right, and there you go. That's all I have in music news for you. All right, we're going to take a final break. We'll come back. Oh, hold on. Wait, now. Hold on. Stop the bed, please, Casey.
Okay.
Stop the music.
I'm going to press pause.
Okay. And this is the new version of Jump. Here we go. Oh, Jesus.
And nothing gets me down. You got it tough. I sing the toughest around.
There's
Stop it. Get yourself an avatar.
That's going to be the answer to everything.
Come sit with me in the solarium.
All right, there you go. Now we've heard that. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get Letter Today, Word of the Week prize. Pierre Robert will be your steward after that. Stay with us.
I had a waffle. I'd eat it in the morning.
Yeah,
there we go.
Do you
Parkway.
need butter in every little square?
You do.
If you're
If you're a man.
If you're a man. No.
Okay.
No, I obsess about little things like that.
Okay.
It's just like weird.
So your answer is yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a butter memory with Preston that is probably 19 years old. Do you know what it is?
Butter memory.
Preston, do you remember the butter memory?
That's probably 19 years old.
19 years old.
memories.
You would have to butter memories. You would have to give me a hint.
Me, you, Steve, and Marilyn.
Wow.
That wraps it up.
Butterfest,
We did a show
1998.
for 3 years together.
Media Court Diner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You know the butter memory?
Yeah.
Oh, well, do tell.
So we're sitting there, and it's after we had done a show, and we're having lunch, and there was
We're all just getting to know each other, by the way.
yeah, we're all getting to know each other, and so they had a little ramekin full of butter, which is a small dish. And so I guess it was a ball of butter or something like that. And we're just talking, and I just reach out and grab it and just squish it with my hand, just to be outrageous,
provocative.
I'm like, ooh, butter.
Yeah.
And I did that, and he died laughing. So.
I was like, what? I wish I would have done that.
First sight.
That looked fun.
Butter memories.
But if I owned a diner and I
dine in the morning
and I was serving waffles, there would be a special little spray that I would put melted butter in so that you could go.
You would keep it like you could even have it as you could have the way you have a mug warmer where your butter could be on it and with the pump so that you could dispense that
Now
way.
it would need to be more like misty,
like a fire hose.
No, like
Like spray bottle.
like a spray bottle, like you would spray like your indoor plants.
Like a spritz.
I disagree. I think that the butter, like the spray butter, you're lessening the quality of the butter product. And if you're going to have like actual butter, you're going to need to have like a vat of melted butter. This is your diner, so I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business.
You open your own diner next door and do
build your own goddamn
normal, boring pats of butter.
I kind of want to work with you, like almost like as if I was your therapist, and to make you okay with not having butter in every square. Like it's all.
No, I know.
It's still going to taste good. You're going to get enough butter.
Believe me,
Touchstone Pictures. He had to have butter in every square until a concerned therapist came into his life. My name is Romano. I think I can help you.
Then we need some good music, like
yes,
Peter
inspiring.
Gabriel,
Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill. Yeah. See if you can pull that up. So the serious part when he realizes he has a problem.
Oh no, I can't even get it together anymore. Every time I go into the diner, I start trembling like crazy. I think I know someone you can talk to. And then she came into his life. My name's Romano, and today's the day we start making changes. From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a boy who learned now how to not have butter in every square of waffle. Butter squareless waffle boy.
Butter squareless waffle boy.
Or something to that effect.
The butter therapist.
I feel like I already went through this with Jace. Like at breakfast time. It's okay, honey.
Unbutterable.
Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
I heard recently that is, I mean, just the old, sneaking the look at your next door neighbor's paper is not necessarily the chosen form of cheating these days, because so much stuff is done online now that students are using Google Docs quite a bit to cheat with.
All the time.
Yeah.
And so now they're trying to make, in fact, they've said they've noticed a general increase in grades that they believe is artificially manipulated.
Really?
And so much so that Google itself has stepped up and has, like I'm looking at an article here, they're trying to set up ways to prevent Google Docs being used for cheating.
So here's the way I understand that this works, and if I'm wrong, please tell me.
Yeah.
We've got students here, we've got strippers that know the answers as well, because Victoria was chiming in on this while we were off air. That if someone takes a test in a class before you, that you're going to have that same class, and they therefore can get that exact exam that you're about to take and send that to you before you take the exam. Is that kind of the way it works? Is that what I understand?
You know who knows?
Ben knows. Ben, come in here.
Ben here.
Intern Ben, we're going to get him on the mic. And by the way, Ben, are you currently a student?
Yes, I go to Temple University right now. I've been there for 3 years now.
Okay. All right. So what I was just saying, I know you guys are busy in the other room there. When someone is taking an exam, they can take that exam and give it to someone else who has that same test later on in the day. Is that how it works?
So it totally depends, but like a lot of the times it will just be on your laptop in class, and it's impossible to govern everyone's laptop, as you can imagine.
Okay. Okay.
You all right? Had to run in.
He's a little nervous.
Going on here. Talk like that. And actually, it's the thing is the Google documents.
I've talked to Ben many times. I've never heard his voice quite like that before.
It's as we matriculate through the process of the Temple University. Anyway, of course, enriched by the learning that we have.
So I guess.
Poor kid, you poor.
I guess no. Ben doesn't talk like that.
Excited to come on air with us.
We just pulled him in hat by. It's not his fault. It's not his fault.
Off guard. That's all.
Okay. So Ben, I guess what Preston's asking is,
Let's start over.
How does the document get disseminated to everyone who's looking to cheat off that original document?
So you can have a Google Doc open on your laptop in like a separate tab, and then you can send it to anybody that has like a email. And of course, our school uses Google for everything.
So you can have the Google Doc, I guess, open on a different browser. Right. And just sort of toggle between the two, the test and the Google Doc test, Google Doc. I don't know. Gabby as well. She's also a student. You know.
What's your take on it?
Yes.
Stop it. I'm just kidding. Poor Ben. We pull him in while he's trying to do other work. So
What's your take on it, Gabby?
Yeah. So if you're in a group, just like in a group, when you're doing one of your assignments, you obviously have every email, this Google Doc, where you can share everything that you do. So even if you're in one class earlier and you have a friend that's in the next class later in the day, you can just share that document with other people in other classes.
Okay. And Victoria, were you the student? Did you do this or hear about this happening as well? Yes. Oh, why is your mic not on? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. So when I was in school, it was just super easy. Well, first of all, the website is pretty, like, once you get it down, it's super easy to use. And yes, sharing is so easy, and it's so easy to communicate on there amongst many people.
Did anyone ever flow? I mean, because they're saying that it has had, and Google has actually had to step in to give teachers ways to fight this. Do you know anyone who's ever cheated using the system?
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
I would say.
Actually, no, I'm not aware.
Ben has something to say about the Apple Watches.
Yes.
So not about the Apple Watch, but I do have a story we can go into.
Okay. Please do.
So in high
Make it a long
school,
one.
I went to a tech school. So I was in computer programming, obviously.
Right, yeah.
Obviously.
So, but we figured out a way to cheat on the learning guides, which is our little exercises to learn how to program, but the teacher caught wind of this.
Yeah.
So for a month, every student had to handwrite all their code.
Oh, God.
Because we were cheating, which is for Java and HTML, that's awful.
That's crazy. That's all little symbols.
We had to handwrite all of it, then we had to type it up, and that was his way to prevent us from cheating. And I was pissed because I wasn't cheating. I was the one actually doing it right. Because
This
all
is
the other students
outlandish. This is absolutely outlandish. I'm going to take you outside and kick your ass.
Did you rat everybody out because you weren't
What am
cheating?
I, a monk? This is ridiculous.
No, Casey, I was trying to be cool.
No. But so how long did it take to take a test like that?
Well, for what would take 5 minutes on the computer was about 25 on the paper.
Jesus.
Just because you got to remember the symbols, you got to scribble them or whatever.
Just through them. Just keep talking.
This is the goddamn dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's goddamn ridiculous.
25 on the paper.
No, but I mean, to write, who's talking about writing code is in all symbols and intense stuff. It's,
Preston, get yourself together.
I can't. Steve being outrageous, Ben, is killing me. Oh, this is an outrage.
Preston, our dancer wants to chime in here as well.
Oh, yes, Victoria. Yes.
Yeah, don't forget about me. Okay.
I'm
anyways.
sorry, Victoria.
No, it's okay. It's just so funny. I'm listening to how
Police on 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. Hopefully you got somebody in your life that brings you a little bit of magic. Wouldn't that be wonderful? 1048, the Preston Steve radio program as we are wrapping things up for the day, returning in a nice ease into the work week day. I would like to thank Paul Eisenberg for stopping by today.
Hey.
Great charity called Bringing Hope Home. The 13th annual Adopt a Family program is happening. And bottom line is somebody who has cancer, they help them pay their bills. They take that off of their plate. So it's one less thing that they have to worry about.
Absolutely.
And you can help out in a bunch of different ways. But they are taking donations now for these, at the end of the holidays here and making sure that they have a good holiday season. So bringinghopehome.org to assist. Jackie Bam Bam's here.
Wow. I haven't seen you guys and girls since camp out. Good morning.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, you were off for a bit.
Yeah, I was last week too, and man, I'm back.
Yeah.
What a way to come back. In for Pierre. I'm going to stir his coffee.
Did anybody get videos sent from Jackie over the weekend?
I did.
My mom was watching Yo Romano Westchester Parade with Adam Joseph, was it? And you were in the rain, my mom said?
Yes, we were.
You were on TV.
I know, I was.
Great job.
And I got screenshots
Of you
the
on TV?
Yes.
Okay.
From Jackie and his mom.
I got video of John Waite's band members wishing Jackie some love.
Well, I know you guys always have John on the show, and they great announcement. They're going out with Styx and Foreigner.
Yeah.
40 dates, and we get one of them, and I'm hosting one of them. And
That's a
I
great
said
bill.
to John, I said, I'm sure you'll stop by the Preston Steve show. So it starts in June.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah. How was your weekend, man?
My week, I'm back from vacation. It was great. I was just telling Chucky D'Amico, the Summerdale Fire Company are celebrating their 100th anniversary. I went over there, and they took me on a fire truck to the old Galaxy. The White Horse Pike, it's, a pet store now, but I took a picture in front of the old Galaxy where Cinderella and Brittany Fox started, and I was on a fire truck like Santa Claus.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
That's
it was
cool. Your
super
first
great.
time on a fire truck?
Yeah, for me.
Yeah.
I don't think you're allowed to be on a fire truck. Even when I take pictures with firemen, they're like, oh, you can't go up there, Jackie.
Well, so they would look at you and say that he's got to be a fireman.
They gave me an axe, and they have like a fake door. They drill, like mummers drill. They were practicing. There was like 30 of them after. And Gina C. from down the hallway, our WMMR writer, it's her uncle. So they're like, they want to meet you, Jackie. I had a week off. I went over there. I hung out with all the firemen. They put the jacket on me, the helmet on me.
Very nice.
And I grabbed an axe, and they have this door, like a metal door. You practice opening doors.
Yeah.
So I learned that.
Good for you. Excellent, buddy. All right, well, you're going to help us out with the letter of the day, right?
I am.
All right, here we go. Let's get the first one.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter F is in Funky Cole Medina.
All right, and we have two.
That's his thing.
We have two Flyers Santa sacks, one for you and one to give as a gift, and you can make it an unforgettable holiday season and gift a Flyers Santa sack. Each gift pack includes a pair of lower-level Flyers tickets, a Flyers player autograph puck, an exclusive gritty tree topper, and a bonus pair of Wings lacrosse tickets on top of that. You can shop now at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com, so we'll give that away on Friday. What you got in store for today, Jackie?
We'll be chopping up Pierre's workforce blocks. I won't turn Bill Weston into a pillar of salt. He just saw me. He goes, oh, I'm going to turn into a pillar of salt.
Because you bust the rules.
Is that what it
Are you here
means?
all week or is
Monday through Thursday.
All right,
I had Friday off, and it's like rotisserie chicken. We're Kenny Rogers around here.
Rotisserie, yeah.
Did I say that right?
Rotisserie.
No,
How do you say
It
it?
was close enough.
rotisserie.
Rotisserie.
We knew
Yeah, not
Two
rotisserie.
princesses.
Yeah, two
Princesses.
rotisserie.
Okay.
Two princesses?
All right. We got more than two in the workforce blocks. Skinner, Gary Rossington, would be celebrating his 72nd birthday. Of course, you could scream Freebird. If you have a lighter, put it in the air at noon. Disturbed and Bruce Springsteen, we'll get to them. And in my prize call, this is very cool, Mark Tremonti, we all know from Creed and Alter Bridge, has a Frank Sinatra album out. He's going to play it in full in Atlantic City at the Borgata. And it's a benefit for his daughter, Stella, who was born with Down syndrome. It's a beautiful album, and we have tickets for that. It's in January, so that'll be in the prize call.
Excellent. All right, well, thank you, Jackie. And I'll take a moment to thank our sponsor. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. And the President Steve Show runs on Duncan. Tomorrow's Tuesday, so it's Tattoos Day. We'll make sure we have a chance for you in a President Steve Show themed tattoo. And this guest just added the inventor of the rotisserie chicken. Will be joining us tomorrow
Kenny Rogers
morning.
is back from the dead.
Yeah, man. All right, so that's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.